For the realm will stand and die, paladins with battle cry. Wicked forces we defy, underneath the blood-red sky. Steady aim and cool resolve, in this war we won't dissolve. Blood brothers we unite, in the dark we bring the light. Oh, sweet take are never broken, honor's creed forever spoken. Blood brothers we unite, in the dark we bring the light. Oh, sweet take are never broken, honor's creed forever spoken.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another Inner Sleuths live stream. Today I'm joined, hold on, I gotta actually make sure your name appears in the top corner. I gotta turn off the streamer mode on Discord. There we go. Today I'm joined again by Ange. We already have our first super chat. Kevin, thank you for the first out of 5 super chat. Here's to more supers in your future. Thank you, Kevin. Really appreciate you, man. Holy crap, the supers are flying in, guys. We literally just started. Haven't even been able to do my intro yet. Salty Veteran, thank you for the second out of 5 super chat. Salty says, no brisket for mainframe. They shall forever eat expired ramen noodles for their limped attempt at new content. Oh no, we're going to get into it, guys. We want to hear everything, okay? I want to know what you think is good, what you think is bad, what you think you're indifferent about. I want to hear it all. I want to know the good, bad, the ugly, and everything in between. As long as you're acting in good faith, that's what this is all about here, is coming together, having a place where we can openly talk about PAX Day, its development, criticisms, praise, everything in between. That's what this place is for. That is what PaxCast is all about. So thank you guys for the super chats right out in the onset. I really appreciate you guys a lot. We got a bunch of people in chat. This is going to be a very long stream. It's going to be a very good stream. There's going to be a ton of info in here. I have a lot to go over with you all. We have another super chat. Thank you so much, Sa. Sa says, save my immersion. I agree 100%. The immersion must be kept intact. Sa, it's really great to see you. We got a bunch of people in chat. We got EOTV, we got Blimpy, we got Jack, we got Salty Veteran, we got Fadrill, Kevin, Blimpy, Cat Died. We got Sa. It's great to see everybody. Guys, if this is your first time tuning into a PaxCast, the entire point of this podcast is to have an open dialogue in good faith platform where everybody can come and chat and have a good time. If this is your first time here, do not be shy. Pop in chat as long as you have something good faith. If you have something bad faith to say, I'm either going to ignore it or it's going to get deleted if it's really bad. Act in good faith, everybody. Have good morals. Act in good faith. If you have criticisms, this is the place to talk about it. If you have praise, if you've really had a good time doing something in PAX Day and it comes up in the topic or whatever, let us know. I want to hear from you guys. That's what this place is all about. So if you're new here, don't be shy. Hop in chat. We want to hear from you. I love reading your guys' messages. Honestly, it's my favorite thing to do is to read your guys' messages and reply to them. I can't get to every single message, especially when we get onto some hot topics. The chat starts to really fly by super fast. So if I miss your message, it's not intentional. I will get to every single super chat. I make it a point to get to every single super chat. I do my best to get to every single channel member's messages. And then I really honestly tried to get to every message from every person. But just keep that in mind. I'm only one person. There's 2 of us here today. There's a Tangia dungeon started, even though Tangia is paused. I don't know how that's possible, but Sa is starting up a dungeon.
Joining?
Angie's joining the dungeon. If you guys would like to partake in those dungeons, you can type !Tangia over on YouTube. I am streaming over on Twitch. That's just to cast a wider net. I don't have any monetization or anything like that over on Twitch. Everything takes place, all my memberships and stuff take place over on YouTube. So I appreciate all of the continued support from my channel members. Thank you guys so much. You're the reason why we're able to sit down here and go through all of these updates and everything here on PaxCast. Blippi says, you might need to increase the super chat goal. I can always start another goal. Hey, I can always start another goal. Fadril says, happy birthday, Sa. Actually, happy birthday to Fadril. Fadril just celebrated a birthday, so I want to say big, big happy birthday to Fadril. Fadril has been a great part of the community for a long time now. Fadril, I really appreciate you, brother. It's been a pleasure to get to know you. It has been an absolute dream to have you in the community, partaking in all of the fun shenanigans, not just in PAX Day, but in all the games that we've been playing. So Fadril, big happy birthday to you, brother. We are smashing the super chat goal, guys, and we haven't even started with the news yet. It's absolutely amazing. I really appreciate you guys. I am joined again today by Ange. You can see her up at the top right corner up there. She's going to be giving us her opinion, her insight on some things, because sometimes we don't agree on everything that comes out in terms of content or our take on things, and it's really good. Again, I love to have that open dialogue, so it's really good to have some conflicting and contrasting points of views on things. If you guys have contrasting or conflicting views with the things that I bring up as well, or the things that Mainframe has said or done, don't be shy. Let it be known here on stream. All right, I'm going to unpause Tangia. Again, if you guys would like to do funny little memes and stuff on screen, you can type !Tangia over on YouTube. Salty Veteran with another super chat. He says, we are smashing the goal because your goals are more exciting than the content updates. Oh my gosh, thrashing. Absolutely thrashing. I mean, to be honest though, for a lot of people, you're not wrong. I think for a lot of people, I mean, we're 9 months into early access. I think for some people, it's been a very long and drawn out process, and we have not gotten the features that we've needed in order to make PAX Day a full-fledged MMO in regards of loot drops and proper loot systems and things like that, and permission systems. There's a lot that we can talk about, and I want to. So thank you for that super chat, Salty. I really appreciate you. We just smashed the super chat goal. I think I need to start up another one because we just absolutely. I haven't even started content yet. I think we need to start another goal. I'm going to put it at 10. Screw it. Let's reach for the stars, right? I mean, you guys do not feel like you need to do super chats or tip or become a channel member. That is just for people who want to go above and beyond to help support my work. So don't feel like you have to, but I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for all the support. We have another Tangia dungeon fired up. If you guys want to partake in those Tangia dungeons, they are free. All you have to do is be on the Tangia page and be logged in, and then at the top, you just click Join Dungeon, and you get to partake in those dungeons. They're a lot of fun for people. I really like them. We're doing something new as well here. We're going to be doing some nice background music, so you don't have to just listen to me sucking in air. I'm going to start it up now. Let me know, guys, if it's too loud or if it's too quiet. Let me know. I'm going to be adjusting the volume, and once we get it right, I'm going to lock it in. So let me know. You can hear it right here. I'm going to stop talking for a second. Let me know if that's too quiet. Let me know if that's too loud. I'm going to mute it to myself right now, so that way I won't be able to hear it anymore, but you guys will be able to. And I want to know if it's too quiet or too loud. So let me know. Sa says, I support enough for one single bite of brisket, but worth. Oh, you supported enough for a bite of brisket? Fadril says, Void, time to start a new goal. I started one. We're ready to go. Okay, guys, we got all that out of the way. A couple last things I have to tell you before we get into this is if you guys are looking for a place to play PAX Day or any other game, if you want to join an awesome community filled with amazing individuals such as Fadril, again, happy birthday, Fadril, such as Ange and Maven and all of the regulars that you've seen here on the channel, and so many people that I can't even start to name them all. There's a ton of people who are in the Cheeky Buggers United community Discord server who play all kinds of games together. If you guys are feeling the drought, or you know that the wipe is coming for PAX Day and you want something else to do, I am extremely excited for the V Rising update of 1.1. The beta is going to be starting in about a week, and the update's coming out at the end of next month, about a month away. Super, super, super excited for this update of V Rising. If you guys don't know what V Rising is, make sure you check it out. But my whole point here is we play all kinds of games together. We have a plethora of servers that we can host. We have all kinds of stuff that keeps players engaged and keeps members engaged. If you guys would like to join that, type !Discord over on YouTube. You'll get a link over to the Cheeky Buggers United community Discord server, the absolute best gaming community in the world because of people like you. People in the community make that place a great place. You can make new friends. You can play new games that maybe you never would have thought of playing before. You can get immersed in some really deep role play and everything in between. It's a great place. Type !Discord to join the Cheeky Buggers United. And if you want to take that, anybody can join there, but if you want to take that to the next level, all you have to do is type !website. You'll get a link over to www.cheekybugger.net, where you can fill out your very own application to join not only the Order of the Blood Brothers, the premier, one of the biggest clans in PAX Day, the premier roleplay clan in PAX Day. You can also join the Cheeky Buggers United, which is the greater community. When you join the community, you get access to all of our private servers. You get access to any clans and guilds that we host, and you get to choose which parts you want to partake in. It's a really great place. So type the commands, get the links, click on over there, and fill out your very own application. If you have a pending application, make sure you reach out to me, void_lock over on Discord, and we'll get you vetted, we'll get you into the community, and we'll get you processed and right in. But we do get large influxes of applications from time to time, very large community, 400 plus, very big clan, 250-ish members. So it can be a bit to manage, but I do my best. Fadril says, Void, your content is the cake and your voice is the icing. It's all good, brother. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. All right, now that we got all the pleasantries out of the way, how's the volume on the background music? Is it too loud? Is it too soft? Can you guys even hear it? Let me know, because I want it to be just a nice, subtle background music. Bean, thank you for the super chat, brother. Bean says, let's go. Pickle misses, y'all. Look forward to a wipe. I think, so we'll get into this. We have some insight from some of the devs over on, I don't know why it's not counting towards the super chat goal. That's kind of strange. Let me see. It should be 10 light blue super chats. Yeah, it doesn't, it's not, I don't know. Start another goal, maybe? I don't know. It's not counting towards it. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Thank you so much for that super chat. Yeah, I mean, we have some insight as to what type of wipe it's going to be. Spoiler alert, I think it could potentially be a full wipe, and I have some information to back that up. We got a lot to talk about today, though, guys. I'm talking a lot. This is going to be a long stream, so you guys are going to have to get your popcorn, get your drinks, get settled in. If you're, playing some other game, put me on in the background. You'll be able to just listen to us. We're going to have some visuals coming up on screen, but there's an absolute metric shit ton to unpack here. One last thing before we get into all this is I will always be truthful with you guys. I will always give you my honest opinion. I will never shill for a company or a game. I cannot be bought and paid for. I literally will always give you my honest opinion. If something's bad, I'll criticize it. If something's good, I'll praise it. And I think I'm a very fair person. I think my history has spoken for itself with the way that I have conducted myself and my points of views on many, many different things. I like to be as objective as possible, but I will never just feed you bullshit just to feed you bullshit. I'm not going to blow rainbows up anybody's bum. We're here to tell the truth and our honest opinions on things. And I want to hear from you guys on yours as well. Fadril says, wipe either hard, juicy, runny, but all stinky. To some people, maybe. Bean says it's because I'm Canadian. It should have still counted towards the super chat goal. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It's funny, yeah. So you mentioned that. So it's a $30 Canadian super chat. And if you look in the top corner, it says $20.95 after conversion. Oh man, it's crazy the way that all that works. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you being 100%. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's start this off. Ange, thank you for joining me once again on another episode of PaxCast. There's a lot to go over. I'm really looking forward to hearing your opinion on a lot of stuff. But thank you for joining me today.
Of course, anytime. With
All right,
Becky.
guys. So we're going to start off by going over their post. I'm going to link it in chat for anybody who wants to follow along. Give me 1 second. So here's a link over to playpaxday.com. And this is the Road Ahead, the March update. Pretty soon after this wipe, we're going to be starting the next season of PaxCast because PaxCast is seasonal. We go based on the ebbs and flows of the development process. So the next season will start after this wipe. It's going to be a pretty big wipe, I think. So it's going to be interesting to see how people take it and how the community responds to it. I have some interesting things planned for the future, so make sure you guys stay tuned so you never miss an update. If you're not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing, and let's get into it. They start off by saying, we're just going to start reading through their post here, and then we're going to bring the roadmap up, and we're going to really start to get into breaking a lot of this down, so bear with me. They start off by saying, hello, Paxians. Since the beginning of Early Access, PAX Day has been a journey shaped by you, our passionate players, and oh boy, are we passionate players. That is absolutely for sure. As we reflect on the progress we've made and the path ahead, we want to be transparent about the challenges we've faced. For those of you who don't know, I unpack things and break things down as I read them. Some stuff may be explained later in their paragraphs or in their statements. I break things down as we go, and they say we want to be transparent about the challenges we've faced. I hope that means they want to be more transparent going forward because in the past, they've not been very transparent. There's been long periods of time where we have not gotten much information from them, and it's been one of my biggest criticisms of Mainframe. Now, there have been a few who have shined above. I mean, we've had Osric on the channel, and he's popped into live chat with us. He has done Q&As on Discord with people. If you're not already a part of the PAX Day official Discord, make sure you join that because the developers, sometimes it's the only way to get insight into the development process. And it's one of my biggest criticisms is not everyone uses Discord. I think that if they could be a little more transparent or a lot more transparent on these posts here, like they don't even mention a wipe in this post, guys. We didn't really know about a wipe or get any info about it until we dug on Discord through walls and walls of text and tons of info that's being put out by Osric mostly, but some of the other devs on there. So they say, we want to be transparent about the challenges we've faced, priorities we've had to adjust, and our ongoing commitment to building a game that thrives on meaningful player interactions. I mean, that's really great to hear on the surface, but it must be executed properly. I mean, it's good to say, hey, I'm super transparent, but then if you're behind closed doors, really it kind of just is not, it's not truthful then. So hopefully we can get a little more transparency as to what the problems are with development, what's holding them up, why some features got bumped, because they told us some features got bumped because of priority shifts. But I'd really like to know the ultimate reason why some of these things got bumped. And we'll get into some of the ones that we noticed that Ange actually brought a couple of them to my attention that actually did get bumped. They show the roadmap here. I'm going to go ahead and pull this roadmap up. Give me 1 second here. I think this is image 1. And I need to realign it. There we go. Okay, so here's the roadmap. This roadmap is, it's pretty good. The old roadmap had some things on it that are missing from here, but this is their March 2025. Let me pull it up bigger here on my end so I can read this with you guys, and we're gonna break down what is located inside of this. Let's go here, and we're gonna open up the roadmap. All right, so first things first, verse 1 was fall 2024, and they touch on all of the things that we've already gotten. New biome, corrupted plains. That is true. They added a new biome. Permissions for clan ranks and loot. We did get some very rudimentary permission systems for loot, meaning if you're in a party and you do more damage, you get to loot whatever it was. We don't yet have raid loot. We don't yet have leader loot or like raid leader loot or anything like that, or party leader loot where it's locked to a person for easy distribution. We don't have shared gold pickup or any options like that for loot. The loot leaves a lot to be desired, in my opinion. And the permission systems for the clan ranks and stuff are very, very minimal right now. I think we need a lot more permission for deposit, withdraw only permissions. I think we need permissions for individuals and not just clan ranks. I think we need to be able to make our own clan ranks like you can in a lot of other MMOs. So that way you can define what these ranks are and what their permissions should be. Do they have deposit permissions? Do they have withdraw permissions? Do they have X, Y, and Z on a lot of these things need to come into the game in order for the permission system to really shine through. Basic gear and spells, they did add in 3 new pieces of gear and magic spells that are geared towards entry level, revamped high tier items. What high tier items did they revamp actually? Do you know, Ange, what high-end items they revamped? I'm trying to think.
Maybe they're talking about revamping the look. I know they revamped one of the outfits.
The aesthetics. Yeah, they changed how some of the items looked. Maybe that's what they mean there, because I think the spells are mostly the same, right?
Right. Spells haven't changed.
Very interesting. Blimpy says, oh yeah, forgot to hit like. Yeah, make sure you hit that like button, Blimpy. Really appreciate you. Let's catch up on a little more chat here before we keep going. Fajol says, I would like expanded permissions going as far as naming actual player characters. Yes, that would be like the personal system that you could give like your best friend of yours access to something. Bean says sigils did. Oh, so yeah, some of the sigils did get moved around. You're absolutely right in who they dropped from and stuff. Maybe that's what they mean by high-end tier stuff. Maybe that's what they mean. Good call there. EOTB says they took away items, not sure on revamp. So yeah, they did revamp some of the stuff, who they dropped from, what sigils craft what things, the crafting requirements for certain stuff. I don't think they really changed the difficulty of crafting on a lot of that, but they did revamp some of that. We got the visual wear and tear system, which is a nice little visual touch. Not super essential to gameplay, but it is cool to have. Enemy camps, they did add those small entry-level enemy camps to allow smaller groups and solo players to be able to kill some Inquisition and get some gold there. Building sets, grapevines, wall props, and new beams. That is true. We did get a couple new build things, not really too many to be honest. Upgrades and additions to the building has been few and far between. We did get grapevines though, and we got some beams. They did update to Unreal Engine 5.3. The latest update to Unreal Engine actually really hurt my performance. I'm getting like 15 to 20 FPS in cities now. Cities that are ghost towns, mind you, and they should be performing much better than that. So they still need to work on the performance there a little bit. Improved combat moves. They did improve the fluidity of the combat, making it feel a lot better when you actually go to attack and do your left clicks, because that's mostly what we have is left click. They did make it a lot more fluid in that regard. Enemies revamped Inquisition and Lost Souls. This was a controversial one for me because while they did move around some sigils and items and stuff and bosses, I don't think they really changed much in terms of the difficulty or the combat with any of them. I think they did add maybe a couple Lost Souls. They did change how they looked and stuff like that, and they changed the overall aesthetic of the factions. They made the camps a little more lively and stuff like that. So they did do that, but in terms of the actual combat and fighting those enemies, they are mostly the same. Recipe tracker, they did give us the journal, and they did do Discord integration. Now, Discord integration is an interesting one because the Discord integration for me was never really something that was needed in game. I think it's an interesting thing, but I don't think it's something that's groundbreaking. It is new. They are one of the only games that I've ever really seen that has that, but I'm not really sure what it adds to the game. Sure, I can see my friends list on there now, but for roleplay, sometimes that can even be a bad thing. It can give away alt characters who you're trying to do a deep immersive roleplay on. I don't know. It's just not everyone even uses Discord too, so it kind of can become clunky for some people. It needs some refinement, and I think hopefully it does not take away from the ability for us to get proximity chat in the future, because I think proximity chat is really going to be what will be the voice chat that people actually wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Let's catch up on some more chat here. EOTB says, "Oh my god, I need a goat farm." Yeah, so guys, we will talk about that. They're going to be adding in goats. I know a lot of people have already read over these patch notes and stuff of this update of what's going to be coming, but that's why we're here to be able to have this. We're able to have this open dialogue and talk about the things. But I want to make sure we touch on all the stuff that we've already gotten and what the updates have looked like to this point. Saw says, yes, proximity, please. And then she smacked us with an ooh-woo. EOTB says, means less coding, snap-on interface, supports VoIP and a service. Yeah, it could mean that just from putting in the Discord integration. Yeah, that could do all the heavy lifting. Kind of like WoW, letting players and add-ons do their user interface. Could definitely be that. Jack says, if they don't scream I riot. If who does? Oh, the goats. If the goats don't scream, you riot. Oh my gosh. They might scream. Who knows? So that was verse 1, which we got in fall of 2024. What are your overall thoughts about what we got in fall of 24, Ange? To me, honestly, like, it was things that we needed in the game, and it was some stuff that we didn't, that no one really asked for in the game. But ultimately, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that it wasn't a good update. They did give us some things that I was happy about. What are your thoughts in terms of like the performance of verse 1 in terms of an update to a video game?
I feel like that was the first time that we actually saw that they can provide change. But it was just so scattered in with the lack of change that it was just kind of dull. Like the grapevines, loved them. They were fantastic, but they came with their downfalls. We had more glitches because of it. We had more lag because of it. It's like they give you something and then there are repercussions to you loving it. And that's where it kind of sucks. And the Discord integration, I'm not for it. I mean, I know there are some people who are like, yeah, it's great. Not me. Give me proximity chat in game. Like, don't make me download another app or link another app just because you like it. No, I don't want to be forced to use something.
And to be honest, like, people are already using Discord anyways. So people are already on Discord chatting with each other and having that communication. Like, having it linked in game, I don't know. I mean, for the parties, I guess if you have an off-the-cuff party that you just form, but proximity chat would work just the same, really. I mean, you could just proximatively talk to your party members and stuff. I think for a lot of people, verse 1 was a little bit on the underwhelming side. And I think that showed through our previous PaxCasts and chatting with people and stuff. It was a little bit on the light side, but it did bring us content nevertheless. And then verse 2, which is winter of 2024, this was more of a substantial update, in my opinion, because we got the market stalls, we got the gold economy, we got grace and miracles, even though they're underdeveloped and they have their problems and stuff. We did get those. We got the compass, which honestly should have been there from the beginning. I mean, most games enter alpha with a compass. There was actually some developers that I've seen, they made a compass in a game in Unreal Engine 5 in like 10 minutes. They just popped it in off the asset shop and it was like, there's your compass. So compass is great to have. It's a nice quality of life feature, but in my opinion, it should have already been there. Friends list, again, that's through Discord integration and stuff, which is a little bit wonky. The voice chat, again, through that Discord integration, still a little bit wonky. We did get GeForce Now. Now, I've spoken with several people who they normally were not able to play the game because it was just too laggy for them, or their ping was too bad because they're in Australia or something. So GeForce Now actually did. I'm not a big proponent for GeForce Now. I think that certain renting of hardware over the internet and stuff like that can end up being a ripoff for some people. But for some people, it really can pay off. And a lot of people were helped, that I talked to at least, by GeForce Now integration. And I hear it works pretty well, to be honest. Blimpy says, did Void just invent the word proximatively? I want to say maybe I did and make that word up, but you know what it means, don't you? You know exactly what that means, I think. UTB says, Vines in the real world has no clipping. Should be able to walk through them. I think that'd be pretty cool, actually. You could make hidden little rooms and stuff like that. I'm all for secrets. I love secrets in building and things like that. I think that it adds a lot to the world when you can have that creative freedom to make little secret entrances. Hopefully in the future, we get the ability to be able to make secret entrances more easily. Like maybe you can actually put little hidden switches, or, you pull a book off a shelf or something and it slides open a hidden door. That stuff would really take it to the next level for me. But we did get GeForce Now and all those things. We got the languages of German and French were added in. We got the building set of wooden floors, rough beams, and foundations. They did add a slight build pieces to that. Nothing really too crazy has been added to build pieces. And they updated to Unreal Engine 5.4. So they have been consistent with keeping Unreal Engine up to date. I'm not sure if that's aiding in performance or hindering it because of weird carryovers from the previous version. Because again, it's been hit or miss. It's literally been hit or miss. Sometimes the patches will be great. My performance is through the roof. I'll have 144 FPS locked in at my refresh rate. And other times I'll have 15. It's such a stark difference. It's insane. But verse 2 did bring us a little more substantial content into the game. The market stalls were the first way that we were actually able to properly trade with each other, although again, it's severely underdeveloped in my opinion. The gold is mostly useless, only being really used to purchase grace, which is then used for miracles, which is also an underdeveloped system that to me just really isn't that useful. And maybe it's because of the time when it was implemented that we're already maxed out on everything. Maybe after the wipe, maybe the gold and the grace and the economy will surprise us going forward. Right now, everything's just so inflated because everyone has everything they could pretty much ever want in the game. And we have such an abundance of stuff that was carried over through the redeeming queue. I think the development process could really, truly benefit from a full wipe. And I think that's what we're going to be getting. If I had to put my money on a guess, I think we're going to be getting a full wipe. And we'll talk about that as we get further into the article. So that was verse 2. In your opinion, Ange, I mean, obviously, you know how I feel about this. I think this one was more of a substantial content addition to the game. What are your thoughts on how verse 2 was for the game?
It was good. I mean, I say it was good, but it was decent. They added new stuff. They didn't fix what we already had problems with, but they gave us more, which, I mean, okay, I guess. Miracles and grace, you're right, didn't see the point. I mean, I know some people have benefited from it, you know, collecting resources and whatnot, but we're so far along that, you know, we don't get to feel the full impact of it. Maybe new players are, and I love that for them. You know, if they are, great. Just like the market stalls and, you know, the gold. I'm happy for them, but we're not seeing the benefits of it because we've been here for so long. You know, the compass, like you said, should have already been there. Sorry, no offense. But yeah, again.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay to have offense. It's okay to have offense
anybody
sometimes.
new. I'm really happy for them, but us, not really. I feel like we're kind of like in stale water right now, like just trudging along.
Yeah, and I think some people feel like that too, because I think it ultimately comes down to the totality of the circumstances with which we find ourselves. At the end game, they're introducing features that we don't really get the option to test out unless you make a whole new character. And not a lot of people really want to do that because of the grind that goes into. You get invested in your main character. No one really wants to go and grind through all that stuff. I think ultimately, though, from verse 1 and verse 2, there was a bunch of good stuff that needed to be in the game that I'm happy now is in the game. I think the grace and miracles will be more profound once we get a wipe and we're actually able to use them, because leveling up your skills by using the grace and being able to harvest more materials with the grace is going to be more profound, I think, when starting over from scratch. So I'm looking forward to trying it all from the ground up. And I think a lot of people are in that same boat with me. I mean, there's not that many people really still currently playing the game. The numbers are really, really low. And I hope that with a wipe and being able to test out all of these new systems from the ground up, including what's going to be coming in verse 3, which we're going to talk about here in just a moment, hopefully it'll allow us to really see the full picture and test from the ground up how all of these systems will interact with each other with a fresh market that's not inflated by Mez Fireball items that got carried over through the redeeming queue and through all the exploits that people found, such as camping the loot piles inside the dungeons. There's a lot of things that took longer than they should have to get fixed. A lot of really big exploits that were causing big, profound effects on the world around us. And I'm hoping that with a full wipe and a full reset, it will give us all the opportunity to test the market stalls, the gold economy, the grace, and all these things that we've gotten in one big, nice, neat package from the ground up. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Fadril says, still need to tweak my grace idea. Oh yeah, so Fadril actually has a unique idea on grace, and we haven't had a chance to do it yet, but we need to sit down and refine that and talk about that, and then bring it to the community and see what they think in terms of how the grace could work. Blimpy says, personally, I'm fine with being patient, but I fear that the audience could slip away if content doesn't come faster. And I think that's a big sentiment right there, Blimpy. I think a lot of people resonate with that. Or they will run out of funding. So that I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. So they secured over $30 million from different investors like Riot Games and Adrasine, or however you pronounce them. What's the name of that one investing firm? Andersine or something like that. Horowitz, which is an investing firm. They raised over $30 million. And then from their Steam sales alone, according to Steam Spy and some other Steam revenue analytic websites, they raised almost $4.5 million from Steam sales alone, not including the sales they got from their direct launcher. So I think they have very deep pockets. There's like 80 on their team now, if not more. As of 2023, there was like almost 80 people on their team. So they have the manpower, they have the money, and I think that's where a lot of. So I thought Microsoft had invested in them. I couldn't find anything to validate that though. So that's why I left them out. Microsoft, I think, may have invested in them. I'm not honestly positive. I couldn't find anything about Microsoft having invested in them after I dug more into it. But they did secure a lot of money from Andreessen Horowitz and from Riot Games. Riot Games is owned 100% by Tencent, and Tencent is known for their microtransactions and stuff, which was a big fear and a big worry for a lot of people early on, because a lot of the stuff that they touch is not good in the long run. But that brings us to verse 3 then, which is scheduled for spring of 2025. Revamped cloth, leather, and metal gear. Now, they did talk about how they want to make it to where each... I'll send you the Microsoft post. Need to find it? Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see that. If I can confirm that and how much money they actually put in, we'll get a bigger running total of how much funding they actually have. This revamped cloth, leather, and metal gear, we talked about this a little bit before. Each of these should feel unique. Each of them should have their own implications on your play style. Metal gear, I think, should slow you down or have some other level of hindrance on your attack speed or something like that. Leather gear should be that middle ground where you have enough mobility to be able to sneak around and not be heard. This is going to, again, come down to other mechanics such as stealth and things like that, which I don't know if they even have planned at this point, but could be really cool. We do a lot of theorycraft here on the channel, guys. We do a lot of theorycraft here on the channel. If you guys have any interesting ideas as to how they could do things, make sure you let me know in chat as well. And then cloth, obviously, traditionally kept for more healing roles. So it's good to see that they're going to be revamping that. We don't really know fully what that means yet, but I think you can agree, Ange, that having differences between these different sets of armor, these different types and classes of armor, is really going to bring much needed flair to hopefully the combat and other systems in the game.
100%. 100%.
I know you're looking forward to leather, right?
I am. How did you know?
The Gore Force, welcome into the stream, buddy. Gore Force says they need to add buy orders, not just selling items at the kiosks. I absolutely agree. On our Discord, the Cheeky Buggers United Community Discord server, we have a board called the Bounty Board. The Bounty Board is a place where players can come and put work orders, contracts, quests, items for sale, offering, seeking orders, and everything in between on our Discord. I like to give people the infrastructure to enjoy the environments around them and the games that we're playing as much as possible. And the Bounty Board is my way of giving the community a place to be able to put up quests and things like that. It could be anything from, hey, I want to go kill some bears and I'm looking for a knight to come along with me and I'll pay you X, Y, and Z, or a portion of the proceeds will go to you. It could be an offer Bounty Board entry where it's like, I am a leather worker and I have all of these high-end leather things that I can produce. If you need my services, this is an ongoing offer. I offer this, and this. Here's my prices and all that stuff. Or it could be I'm seeking, and it could be even be an ongoing seeking Bounty Board entry as well. Like you are constantly seeking steel to be able to make weapons for the army or something like that, and that's a nice place. So we've kind of, let's put it this way, where the developers in the game fall short, community normally picks up the slack and comes up with a unique way in order to alleviate a lot of the issues. But I agree with you 100%, Goreforce. I think that having a bounty board in town where you could put up a quest and someone could come and like take the chit or the piece of paper off of it, and then they could complete that order and things like that. I think that'd be really, really great, to be honest. And we need player-to-player trading. The trading right now is falling short of what it should be because we can't like walk up to someone and just trade or barter with them in a secure way. I'm an advocate for people being able to freely trade with one another. Right now, you have to pay a 10% tax on everything you sell inside of a market stall. I've talked about this extensively. I think that it's silly. I can understand why it's needed as a game mechanic for a gold sink, but why am I paying a 10% tax on, and I feel like I've just beaten a dead horse with a stick here because I've said this so much, but why am I paying a 10% tax on something that I built, I put on my property that eventually I'll have to pay a subscription fee real life money in order to upkeep my property with my stall that I put together and set up on my land, and I'm selling things that I acquired with my own two hands. Why am I paying a 10% fee to some ethereal king? I'll never understand it from a roleplay standpoint. You have to keep in mind, I always come from a roleplay point of view. From a gameplay mechanic, it makes sense. You need gold sinks, but I feel like there's more unique ways that they could go about doing that than taxing me on my own property. I just don't like the idea of it. I think that it's shallow, and I think that they can come up with something better than that. But being able to trade directly with players, I think, is super important, because right now you can do it and you can avoid the 10% fee by just putting something in a chest, and then they put the thing that they're paying you for it in there, and then you guys just take it out. But that requires trust. That requires you to actually trust the other person and hope that they're not just going to rip you off. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, that's not a very good system. We need permissions, we need loot, we need trade, we need all these things in order to really flesh out the fundamental core values of what makes a good MMO a good MMO. Blimpy says, Seeking Steel sounds like a band name. It could. It absolutely could be. Blimpy says it's spring 2025 right now. Well, again, when does spring go till, Ange? When's the end of spring, technically?
June 20th.
So June 20th is like typically around the end of spring. So that's when they have some time to deliver on this. I don't think it's like on the, I don't think we're on the heels of it. I think it's going to be a couple months still, probably, honestly, even if not longer, if it gets delayed for some of these features. But there's some pretty cool stuff in it, honestly. Virgil says, Void, I sent the Reddit link via PM that has several articles that links Microsoft with PAX. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look those over, but assuming that all of those links and everything that they're talking about are pan out, then I guess Microsoft has invested. Do you know how much Microsoft has invested on top of, because they have like about, 35 million, if not more, in funding. So what did Microsoft actually put in? The Goreforce says, I heard that dropped through Fadril. Oh, that it actually didn't go through? Yeah, check the date on it and see if you can verify it and let me know. That brings us to revamped abilities for melee weapons. They talked about adding like 3 new abilities, or having 3 abilities for each type of weapon. So if you're using a two-handed axe, it won't just have the one like swing anymore. You'll actually have real buttons to click in an MMO. Holy crap, I'm so freaking excited for that. New weapons, healing staves. We had a little bit of a hint towards this because in the market stall browsing feature, you could filter by weapons, and one of the categories was staves. So now we know that the staves are going to be tied more directly to healing. Finally, we're going to be fleshing out what we should have from the beginning, which is the holy trinity of an MMO. You got your tank, healer, DPS. Hopefully we get some more tanking abilities and things to really define these roles, because people like to lean into the gameplay that they enjoy, and now players will be able to actually be healers. I don't know what this means in terms of your abilities are attached to your weapons and your gear and your magic items. Obviously, I can still wear the Cap of the Gaping Wound and cast a heal. So what makes the healing staves healing? I don't know. I guess we'll find out as we get closer to the release of verse 3. 15 new spells. Now, are these changed spells or revamped spells? Are these all 100% brand new spells? I'm not sure, but 15 new spells sounds pretty substantial. Improved crowd control. So there's crowd control right now, but it's only like really pre-crowd control and a little bit of in-combat crowd control, but it can be clunky at times because if they get hit, there's no damage threshold. If you hit, you interrupt the crowd control and it wakes up the enemy. If you get too close to them, if they're just pacified, it will wake them up as well. It does work for pre-crowd controlling a room, but I think that having in-combat crowd control and stuns and interrupts and things like that will do wonders to the combat in the game. And the shield bash right now doesn't really even work. It will stop them from casting any future spells, but if you shield bash in order to interrupt a heal or a spell cast or something, they still actually cast it. And that has been, again, one of the biggest issues with Mainframe's development team has been that they have long-standing bugs that you would think would not be that difficult to get fleshed out. But like something as simple as doing a shield bash should interrupt a spell. It should stop it from casting and stop it from going off, but it currently doesn't. And that has been like that from the very beginning. And it's been just one of those frustrating things that makes combat frustrating to engage with at times. We're going to catch up on some more chat here. They did initially offer a $20 million investment, I think. Oh, so Microsoft offered $20 million, but they backed out. Tim, how's it going, Tim? Welcome into the stream. Tim says, agreed. I think it'll be split into 2 parts of patches. The Gore Force says 70 at launch of early access. 70 what? The Gore Force says if they are at 80, that's pretty nice. Well, they in 2023, they had 73 active developers with like 12 support staff, from what I could find. Bean says, hopefully one of the new 15 spells has some de-aggro, so a healer can actually be a healer instead of the tank dropping it for aggro. Yeah, because right now, what is it, like the Consecrated Ground is one of the biggest aggro things, and the Shout is the other one. They need to like lean into that more and have it a little more defined. Goreforce says that means they aren't worried about money. Well, didn't they say they had like 2 years or 3 years or something like that? They had several years of funding that they just did not need to worry about it, and that's with no other money injected into them. I think they're going to be getting, obviously more money from sales and stuff like that. So that's new money that's being influxed into the development process. Though with one of the paragraphs, I'm worried that the reveal will introduce bonus monetization before early access release. I don't know. I mean, if they go to a monetized model, such as starting to charge per plot before the game's ready, I think it's going to be detrimental to the game. And that's one of the components why I'm a super big advocate for private servers, because even if the development process stops right now, if we have private servers, the game will be able to continue into the future through mods and communities hosting their own spaces and stuff. And it'll give us the tools we need to be able to deal with bad faith actors and trolls and stuff like that. Let's see here. Goreforce also says armor weight should be just a stamina regen speed. It could be that, or it could be your movement speed. It could be your attack speed. It could be how long until your stamina starts to regen, how effective healing is on you. The heavier armor you wear, the less healing you receive. There's so many different ways that they could go about doing it that I'm really honestly looking forward to seeing what they're going to come up with to make it unique. Bean says even Dune is saying it will have private servers. Yes. In fact, the hardcore fans of Dune have said that if we don't get private servers at launch, you get no money at launch. Until we have private servers, a lot of the diehard Dune fans are not going to back the project. The Goreforce says Dune has worse combat than PAX Day. I can't speak to that because I haven't played it. I've seen a little bit on it, but I have not played it. They have a lot of stuff under NDA right now, so I haven't been able to really get my fingers into it. I'm not really big on NDAs because it doesn't let me bring information to you guys. But yeah, so I can't really speak too much on that, but so I can't confirm nor deny if Dune has worse combat than PAX Day currently, other than what we've seen put out there by the developers and through community content that has been allowed to be shown through spotlights and stuff. Badrill says, paper plot will create many problems with community joint built towns. Yes, absolutely. I 100% will. Preach that, Force, Bean says. Yeah, it's going to put big restrictions on community builds and things like that. It's going to make it a nightmare. And I think private servers could pick up that slack and make it a lot easier. Not having to pay subscription fees in order to have plots on a private server would mean much more rich and in-depth builds that people can immerse themselves in, and just a wonderful world built by the people. The Cat Died says combat is fun in Dune. And everyone's obviously going to have their own opinions on what combat's good, what makes good combat, and things like that. So it's not necessarily that someone's wrong or that someone else is right. It's that it's a preference, really. And I think there are core values that will ultimately be a deciding factor if combat or if a feature is good or bad. There are some objective things and some subjective things that are going to determine that for each individual. But there are some things that, it's just, hey, this is good combat because of this, or this is bad combat because of that. There are the staples that will be mainstays in different features. The Goreforce says they believe that it prevents inflation to have taxes. They just need to make real jewelry and statutes, thrones, etc. You should be able to use the coin just like gold. I mean, taxes, I guess, could help with inflation in the economy, but it has to be implemented correctly and in a way that makes sense, to be honest. Like, again, if it's my property that I'm paying an upkeep fee, if I'm paying real money just to be taxed in-game on my property, that feels bad in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion. Blimpy says on a private server, one could theoretically turn off the market tax, killing two birds with one stone for void. I mean, absolutely. And that's the nice thing about private servers. You can do whatever you want. You get to enjoy the video game the way that you want, because that's what playing video games is all about. It's about coming together with people who you want to play with, playing the game the way that you want to, and enjoying the experience. It's not always about being forced to engage with a system the way that maybe the developers wanted you to. And that's why I think my games like Minecraft and Conan Exiles and a lot of other games, they really truly shine because they have private servers with mods that just extend into the future indefinitely the fun that can be had from an experience and from a game. Cooter, how's it going? Welcome in. Cooter Pooter says, wow, a wild goat appears. Yes, goats. Definitely going to be interesting to have goats in game. Hopefully they have some meaning and it's not just like, hey, you get wool from them or something. UTB says, DM'd the Microsoft details void, no money amounts, but clear on investing, even with mainframes back out on wanting to take part in Xbox integration. Interesting. Yeah, I'll read over that and we can talk about that more in depth. The Goreforce says, I'm Faye, by the way. Welcome into the stream. It's really great to have you here. Blimpy says, at Cooter Pooter, nice. Cooter Pooter says, better have some goat milk to make some dang good cheese. Only way I'm coming back to PAX. That's interesting, actually. That'd be really cool. I'd be all for that. All right, let's see what else we got. Another Tangia dungeon fired up, guys. Go ahead and join in on that.
Yay.
So we're going to be getting improved crowd control, revamped combat XP progression. What do you think this even means, Ange? I think maybe it means the amount of XP you're going to gain from killing certain things is going to change. What does that even mean? Revamped combat XP.
Revamped combat XP. I mean, that's kind of the only thing that makes sense in my head.
Right. Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell. It seems very vague. And that's one of the things with their communication issues that I have is like, You have to go dig through the Discord in order to get insight as to what that even means. Skinning tools are being added. Skinning tools, I think, could be fun. It could make it more immersive when you're actually skinning something. But what is that going to mean for the difficulty of acquiring hides? Because right now it's one of the most difficult things to do in the game is actually to acquire those and to level your leatherworking. The Goreforce says healing stabs should probably have 3 abilities or 2, which are likely health/support and 1 attack maybe. Yeah, potentially. Because they did say on the Discord that weapons are going to have like 3 main attacks now. Saw says, I want goats and cows and chickens, please. Yeah, a lot of people want animal husbandry. Saw also goes on to say, I also wanted a bear mount. That'd be super cool. That'd be awesome. I'm all for that. I think I'd settle for a donkey at this point, but give me anything to be able to ride on. And we do have some information and insight into that we're going to talk about a little bit later as well when we get down to that spot in their announcement. A lot to go over, guys. We're already almost an hour into this. There's a lot to go over, and we're still looking at the roadmap. I haven't even touched on so many other things that we need to talk about here. This is going to be a really good episode. Goreforce says trees keep on popping up. Yes, I mean, I don't know how they haven't fixed that yet. Also, trees coming up through our builds and things really hindering a lot of builds. Cooter Pooter says, in all honesty, I think I will come back when there is a full wipe, whenever that is. I think it might be with verse 3 in spring. I think maybe in a couple months we might get that, Cooter. We'll see, though, as we get closer. We're going to keep our eye on it. As always, we're going to bring you the news as fast as possible as we can here. So make sure if you're not yet subscribed that you click that subscribe button so you never miss an upload or a live stream here on the Inner Sleuths. EOTB says skills to weapon skill gains. My money is on stretching those combat skills, aka keep you playing longer. Mark my words about this. They might, and honestly, I wouldn't even necessarily be opposed to that. I think that when things are harder to acquire, they become more rewarding. When you have to put real effort into acquiring something within reason, obviously, and it has to be, the experience along the way has to be engaging and fun. It can't just be a pure grind for the sake of being a grind. But whenever I host a private server, I normally make things a little more difficult to maintain and to upkeep and to acquire. And the reason, and to kill, fighting bosses and stuff like on my V-Rising server, absolutely it will be harder than the default vanilla game because I find that way too easy. And not only does it stretch out your experience and stretch out the longevity that, the time that you get to play and enjoy the game around you, it feels so much more rewarding when you accomplish something that is an actual challenge. If something's just handed to you and it's easy, it's not fun and rewarding, in my opinion. So I do that with my Minecraft server. I do that with my Project Zomboid server. I make things harder to acquire, not grueling, but I make them harder to acquire because then you feel a sense of worth and a sense of gratification when you actually do acquire it. So I'm not opposed to them making things difficult or hard, as long as the journey is rewarding and fun along the way. That's one of the most important things. Fedril says lots of hides at the Zeb outpost. Winky face. Cooter Pooter says you don't need a donkey. You already have me as your community jackass. No, dude, you're a great part of the community. I love you, Cooter. I'm so glad to have you back, brother. UTB says /agree 100% and a learning lesson for mainframe on proper balance. Also, or always two sides of a coin. That's absolutely correct, UTB. You're spot on right there with that. So skinning tools, hopefully they can make it feel good to progress through the skinning and not just a grind, because that is a big complaint that I've heard after communicating with and hearing from a lot of people in the community. New languages to bring the game to a wider audience. We're getting Polish and Spanish. I think we already have German and French, so now we're going to be getting Polish and Spanish as well, which will bring it up to 5 languages that will be supported by PAX Day. Grab a drink of water here. Building sets, limestone, decorative beams, and log cabin. This is a big one. A lot of people are really excited for these. In fact, in the middle of this, let me pull up another image here really quick. I want to show this because I think this is important. Here is, let me center it. Hold on, let me see here, unlock this and grab that and then drag this over. Here's a limestone building pieces. This was leaked on the Discord and this is super cool. I love that long hallway, that long arched hallway I think is really great. Take note on the different foundation pieces we're getting. The stairs, I mean, I don't know why it took so long to develop these pieces because if you look at, they're like mostly all just squares and stuff, but hopefully they're nice and polished when we actually do get to use them in game. That long archway, that's one that I'm pretty excited for. And I know a lot of people are looking forward to building with these pieces, but this is just a little sneak peek of some of the build pieces that they're implementing. And then I think I have another one here. Yep. Let me recenter this 1 second. Here we go. So this is going to show off the old hut set, the new hut set, and the new log set, which we haven't had yet. So you can see the roofs flow a little better together and they're more consistent. And with the log set, it's a nice little upgrade or an alternative to the thatch, the 100% thatch that we were used to before. It's going to be a nice addition, I think. Again, I'm not sure why this could have taken this long. Why does this take 9 months to implement? I mean, they're working on other stuff also, but we're pretty far along in the development process here, and they're hoping to release this year, so I'm not too sure. Hopefully they're nice and polished when they come out. But those are some of those pieces there. Let me see what this image is. Oh, okay, we're not going to talk about that just yet. Let's bring the roadmap back up. That image was the map that we're going to talk about. We're going to break down here on the channel as well. The changes that are coming to the home valleys. So, Ange, what do you think about the limestone, the decorative beams, the log cabins, and all of the build pieces? Looking at the totality of the build pieces that we currently have, how do you feel it stacks up to some other building games? Now, I personally think that the UI is nice and polished. The way you actually place things and go about interacting with the world around you and building, I think they could use some quality of life features. Now, I know that I've advocated against certain quality of life features, such as market browsing, but I think building from a chest and being able to pull materials from chests that are within the area would greatly benefit the game. They are going to be rebalancing the requirement for the materials that are required for a lot of these build pieces as well. But looking at the totality of all the building in the game, I'm not sure if you're a big builder, but coming from your point of view, let us know how big of a builder you are and how you feel about all of these different build pieces that we have, the grapevines, the wall pieces, the ones that we got at launch, and the refinement that they're bringing with verse 3. What's your opinion on all of it, Ange?
So I'm not a big builder. Anybody who knows me knows I'm not a big builder, but PAX Day thrives when it comes to building. It is one of its strongest assets in this game. I mean, especially people's creativity. Now, yes, there can be more, but people will always want more. But right now, as PAX Day stands, building it's out of this world in comparison to some of the other games. So, I mean, I don't know. I love the new pieces that they are coming out with. I love the new colors, like, because even the front row, the 3 pieces on the right in the front row of that picture, they're so pretty because they just look so clear. I'm super excited about this. I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, I've never really been a super big builder. I mean, sometimes I get the creative bug and I want to build something, and I've done a lot of streams on my channel where I built my apothecary, and I love layers and depth and detail to things, and I love the way that we're able to achieve that with PAX Day. I think obviously having more decoration pieces is going to be a really big thing. Goreforce says there, I'm missing decorations. They're also missing some shapes still. No 90 foundations, no seaside walls and stuff like that. I have a very innovative way that I think that they could do the roofs. And I think that could be a lot like the way that The Sims does it, or like V-Rising does it, where your roof toppers, you could have the option to just have it be a generic, it'll come to the proper points where they all need to be. But if you want to keep that creative bug and be able to do weird roofs however you want, I think that you should have that freedom too. But I think for people like me, the hardest part is putting a roof on a building. I find that the way the pieces interlock and come together, they really confuse me. It's really hard for me to do, and I normally need to bring in an expert in order to make it the way that I want it to look. But once I have the roof done and I can put balconies and things, it's a lot of fun to build in PAX Day, and I'm looking forward to getting new build pieces. I think it's been a long time coming. Yeah. The pieces that we've gotten have been few and far between, but again, they have been good when we did get them. Let's catch up on some more chat here. UTB says, Kuda Pooter, do you offer mule or donkey services, haul extra inventory and rideable? JK. Blimpy says, speaking of polished marble pieces, I think marble would be really, really cool, to be honest. Cat Died says they have at least 60 people actively developing. Well, in 2023, they had 70 something active developers and 12 support staff. So I think they have well over 60 at this point. They've taken 9 months to come out with the limestone set. Shouldn't have taken that long. I 100% agree, and I feel like a lot of really big builders have expressed that as well. It's crazy to think that we are where we are after 9 months, having as limited a build pieces as we do have. I'm still super grateful for getting new build pieces and stuff like that. I'm never going to complain about getting content, because honestly, ultimately, that's what we want, is to get more content in the game. So I'm grateful for the content and for the build pieces and stuff like that. But I think a lot of people have had that same sentiment. They're like, why is it taking 9 months to get to the point where we are? And I have an opinion on this. I think that they are having some seriously big problems implementing certain things in Unreal Engine. I think that it's giving them really big hurdles, and I think that they haven't been truly transparent with the problems that they've been facing behind the scenes. Now, I don't know if it's because they have investors and they have to, save face or something like that. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. This is just my opinion, and I'm not just trying to talk shit or anything like that. I'm trying to be 100% honest here. I think they're running into big issues because it's been 9 months. I mean, that's a long time already. I mean, I know games like 7 Days to Die were in early access for like 10 years, but that's different. They're like a small team of however many people. They have like no funding in comparison. So I don't know. I feel like it's taken a long time to get to the point where we're at. And I think Unreal Engine 5 is really giving them a lot of problems for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, the world is super janky to go across the borders, rubber banding, splits in the world. I think they're having issues implementing such a large scale open world MMO in Unreal Engine. In fact, the Kingdom Come Deliverance developers, I think it was one of them, they spoke out against using Unreal Engine 5 for open world MMOs. They said that it's just simply not the right tool for the job. And that could be why we're seeing so many issues with the implementation of some of these things, and why they've been putting a lot of their development efforts into trying to fix some of these underlying issues. And the things that we've been wanting we haven't been able to get for quite some time because of that. That's just my opinion. That's what I think's going on behind the scenes, to be honest. And without transparency or getting an answer to that, we'll honestly never truly know. If a dev pops in chat, or if we can get an answer out of them while we're on Discord as to, if that's the case, then we could have a little more light shed on that. But I think until we know ultimately what has been the holdup, it's going to just be sitting in the shadows, in terms of not having transparency on it. We got some more chat here. The Goforce says, true, it is most realized feature, but is missing some pieces, and they've been teasing the limestone since Unreal Engine 5 Spotlight. The Goreforce goes on to say, log cabin pieces look too much like twigs. Yeah, they're not big enough. They're not big enough logs, right? Fadril says 100% agree with the Unreal Engine code problems. So Fadril agrees with the limitations there. Actually, Fadril was the one that brought the article to my attention about the Kingdom Come Deliverance devs speaking out against Unreal Engine being used in this way. Goreforce says, I will not make my wood. It will not make my wooden place look more rustic if I switched. Yeah, they need to make it like the logs bigger. They need to make it look like an actual log cabin. Bean says, no, it won't. To be smacking us with some meat. Great, now I'm hungry. I haven't really eaten much today. Oh, now I need to get some brisket.
No,
Ange,
I need a brisket.
Ange, I think I need you to finish the rest of PaxCast. I gotta go, guys. I gotta go get some brisket. Thanks to you to be smacking me with meat.
I need brisket. All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to order brisket now. Thank you.
She said, oh man. Bean says, still looking good behind my place. The Goreforce says, Blimpy says, need to go turn the chicken in the slow cooker. Actually, I do have a pot roast on. I have a pot roast on in the slow cooker, actually. Come to think of it. All right. I'm starving now, guys, and we have a long way to go before we're done with this episode. So let's get back to it here. So we talked about limestone storage and crafters and starting area. I'm not a big fan of this. Let me know what you guys, I honestly want to know what you guys think of this. And I was going to do a couple polls here during the stream as well, but I can't remember what they all were. I know I talked with the Cat Died about doing some poll, but I can't remember what the poll was going to be. But I want to do one on this. Storage and crafters at the starting area. Let's start a poll and let's do starting area, storage, and crafters. Yes or no? Do you like it or do you not? And start. I want to hear from you guys because this is a big change for the game. I think they're doing this maybe as a temporary measure or maybe a permanent measure in order to ease the starting off process of the game, but I think that it's going to take away and detract from. Now, honestly, you don't have to use it. And I know some people are going to say that. Well, just simply don't use that feature. If you don't like the market stall browsing, just don't use it. Yeah, but the problem is then people aren't coming to your town to browse your market stalls because they don't have to. Well, simply just, this is one that you just don't have to use. But I think the fact that it exists, if you don't use it, you're going to be at disadvantage of those around you, about your peers. They're going to be going ahead of you because they already had access to those from the start. What they mean is like the Petra Day will have some storage in it and there'll be crafting stations right around spawn that everyone will be able to use. I think that it's going to take a little bit away from the game. I think that going out into the world in nothing but your undies and doing the diaper run of shame to try and find a good starting point and having that early game progression and that grind and having to make those stations yourself and stuff is part of what makes the exploration and the early game really rewarding. I don't know how you feel about that, Ange. Give us your opinion on, since we're doing the poll, I want to hear from you too, Ange. How do you feel about having storage and crafters at the starting area? Now, you guys don't have to agree with me. Honestly, I could be the only one who thinks that, and that's perfectly fine. It's just my opinion. Everyone could think that that's a good way to jumpstart the early game. I don't know. But Ange, how do you feel about those two features?
Okay, so I'm adamantly no, right? But then I start thinking about what we're going to discuss later on in the stream, and I'm like, well, it gives me pause because, and I'm going to touch on it a little bit, sorry, because of the map and how they're going to be changing it and the PvP and all of that, maybe you do need it, I'm going to stick with my original answer. No, because you can easily have somebody creating crafting tables near the border of the boundary. So no, I'm going to say no. Not in the starting area. What about
And
immersion?
a lot of this
Think about
is
Saw.
think about Saw. A lot of this is subjective though, because we don't know. We don't have the insight of the totality of the circumstances that are going to be taking place with the wipe. Maybe with all the other features and all the other changes and things that maybe stuff that we don't even know about, maybe it'll end up being a good feature. So I'm not just like saying that this is a bad thing. We won't know until we get our hands on it and we get to mess around with it, right? So I'm just, based on what we know now, that's the only thing that I can give you. That's the only thing that I can give you information on, is what we know now and what has been said by developers. That's all I can really truly go off of for facts. Another Tangia dungeon being fired up, guys. Go ahead and join that Tangia dungeon. Let's catch up on some chat here because I feel like some people have some stuff to say. Not about this, but Fadril says 7-layer bean dip, homemade strawberry shortcake, and BBQ mini sausages on my dinner plate tonight. Fadril, sounds great, man. I'm super, super hungry now. EOTP says the only game where the balance of making game items, walls, etc. to realness and the balance of enjoyment needs to be addressed. I love the grindy vibe, but still make more fun versus just grind. The Gore4 says, I like it because it shows a place. It also might become a premium feature in the future. What do you mean it shows a place? And what do you mean becoming a premium feature? You mean like starting off with having these access to storage and stuff like that? You think that may be a premium feature? Hopefully they don't start to microtransaction anything like, oh, buy the premium gold ultra master edition and then you get access to crafting right from the start. Like, I hope that they don't pay to progress and stuff, because that could be really detrimental to the environment of a social interactive RP experience, to say the least. Jack says, Jack says, that's like just your opinion, man. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, everything that we have is an opinion, right? And what do they say about opinions? Something like, they're like buttholes. Everyone has one and they all stink. That's what opinions are. We all have one, right? Saw's laughing at the immersion comment. Cat Died says, there might be a way for Mainframe to have a trial run for free play accounts. Yeah, they definitely could. They could test around with that for sure. The cat also said, Cat Died says, you can use anyone's crafting stations. That's true. You can just walk up to someone's crafting stations.
Right.
I would like to see that change, again, with a permission system. Let me lock my door. Let me have the ability to kill people on my plot. You're trespassing. It will tell you, warning, approaching a full PvP plot. Tread carefully, because it's my property. I'm literally paying you money. So I don't know. I think that could be an interesting feature, but I have a lot of theory craft on stuff like that. Sa says, I'll be okay with a wipe. Gore4 says, if we begin to lock our homes and things are going to be able to be taken if you're a soldier, they hinted that, well, they did talk about the soldier and night rolls and how those did get bumped, unfortunately. So we will talk about that. But they hinted that it could be server wide when you become a soldier or a knight, so crafting stations. Cat Died says, or would be harder, Agor4 says. Cat Died says, but storage is nice to have. Storage is nice to have, absolutely. I agree. I think they need to just double, triple all the storage chests. Let me just have a storage, like, why do I need to have a wall of chests? Let a chest be a real chest. Let it store a lot of stuff. Let it be upgraded. Put some gameplay mechanics behind it where you can start off with a small chest and then you can upgrade it using metal. And you don't waste the old chest, doesn't go to waste. You actually need it in order to upgrade to the next tier or something like that. And you can get a bunch of storage. Let us have a ton of storage. I mean, I don't really see the downside to being like, hey, I no longer need to have a wall of 9,000 chests just to run a guild bank, right? Mm-hmm. Just my opinion on that. But I think that could be honestly really, really good for the game to just double the chest, triple the chests, or give us that immersive upgrade method. What do you got, Ange?
Give us one of those bookshelves and double the amount of chests, like the amount of storage that a chest has with those bookshelves that they have.
Yeah, they did show off the scroll shelves and stuff.
Yeah, give us some of those.
That'd be pretty cool. Bean says, even still, how hard it is really, I voted no, as I found making my own boxes and benches extremely easy. Sa says, all right, everyone, time to head out to Fadril's. Oh, for the delicious dinner. Fadril says, come on over, Sa. UTB says mashed potatoes, brown gravy, ribeye, grilled in garlic butter, and a side of green beans with pumpkin pie and a whipped cream on top. Sorry for those starving in the world. Man, I'm one of those starving in the world right now. That sounds amazing as well. Cat Died says, my concern is free play may introduce bots and lots of spam accounts to come in. Yes, I 100% agree with that sentiment there. I like subscription-based games, and if they do have trial accounts or free accounts or something, they need to be limited in some way. Like World of Warcraft, you can only go to level 20, you can't use the auction house, you can't trade with other players, you can't really do much. You're very, very limited, and you can just play up to level 20, and that's it. I think that if they start to implement some of these features like that into PAX Day in order to give people trial runs on things, or even have a free-to-play account, it really could do just that, Cat Died. It could introduce so many of the normal free-to-play issues that we have across other MMOs and other games and things like that. I mean, it's already bad enough with alts, and I know that that's going to ruffle some feathers. I think alts if they're used correctly, can be a great thing, but if they're used incorrectly, they can be a bad thing. But you can always have alts because all you have to do is buy another account, right? Blippi says, makes note to stay out of Void's house. Well, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be nice to just be able to lock your house. I mean, I'm all for people coming, and when you think about it, though, through a roleplay experience, you wouldn't just barge into someone's house and start running through all their rooms and stuff. Like, they would be like, hey, what the hell are you doing in my bedroom? And they would stab you. Like, they would take a pointy stick or a pointy piece of metal and they would pierce your flesh with it because you're trespassing, and that'd be like freaky as hell, you know? So I think that being able to lock our doors and prevent people from coming into our houses and into our private spaces and then needing to be invited in could be a great way to go about it. And then, expand the permission system to individuals, expand it to clans, expand it to other parties and stuff like that, other groups. Let's see, we got a bunch of chat flying by here. Emerald, I think that's how you pronounce that there. Emerald says, well, first of all, welcome into the stream. Says, plot cap being hit is why I voted yes. Members being unable to put plots down in their clan's heartland. Yes, but if you think about it, Emerald, you can use all of your clan members' crafting stations. You don't really need them at spawn, to be honest. You could just walk into anybody's house and use their crafting stations and things like that to do pretty much whatever you want. Now, the producing crafting stations, you can't, and I don't think those are what's going to be coming to spawn, but you could just use anybody's crafting stations. I mean, storage is one thing for sure, but if you're in a clan, obviously you could set that to clan with the permission system the way it is, and if they flesh out the permission system, you'd be able to have more finite control over that into the future as well. But definitely value your opinion. I don't think there's really a wrong answer here. It's all just opinions, but I was just curious what people thought. And it's actually at 50-50 right now, so you could see just how split people are on it. At the end of the day, I don't think it's going to be that impactful. Not really that big of a deal, but it's going to be an interesting thing just to see the numbers on that. Gore4 says, there is no downside to your suggestion with chests if they make home valleys without treat. UTB puts number 1 gold medal. Fadril says, also dislike gold miners and sellers 100%. And I mean, I don't know if a lot of you know this, but the game has already suffered from real money transactions. RMTs have been taking place in PAX Day already. People have been selling items, people have been selling gold, people have been selling grace, but then through the form of gold. So pretty much everything is purchasable with real money transactions, which is unfortunate. I like games where you have to go and earn the things in game. And if that means a subscription model, I'm okay with that. Like World of Warcraft, I pay $15 a month and I go and earn everything that I want in game. Every single thing I can go and unlock, every single thing I can earn, I can go get cosmetics, I can go get all that stuff. One fee, access to everything. It's why I like World of Warcraft's subscription model. Now, I know that doesn't work for every game, but I absolutely despise gold miners and sellers and stuff like that. I think that it ruins the economy, it ruins the fun, it ruins the immersion of the game, and it helps people to skip and get ahead where normally they would not be able to. It changes the entire power dynamic, especially in a game that is heavily reliant on the social interactions of the world around you. Jade, how's it going, Jade? Welcome to the stream. Jade says, yay, I made it. It's me. Great to see you, Jade. There's a ton to go over. Cat Died says, RuneScape's free to play was a good design. Only use alts for plots for RP builds. All right, we're caught up on chat. We're on to the next feature. Let's go ahead and end this poll. And let's see. It's a 50-50 split, guys. Look at that. Literally right down the middle, 50-50 split with 18 votes. Some people say yes, some people say no. At the end of the day, I don't think it's that big of a deal, but it's interesting to see what the community thinks about that stuff. All right. That brings us to animals. Ange, I'll let you introduce this one, Ange. What are we getting?
Wild goats. Wild goats. I'm so excited. So excited. Now, I did already ask Osric. I asked him yesterday about husbandry. It is still on the back burner. But, you know, I'm still pushing for that fox army, guys. Don't y'all worry.
And I think that's why they said wild goats. It's to let us know that this is not going to bring animal husbandry, guys. That's probably not coming for quite some time, even if after early access. I mean, if they're trying to release this year, there's a lot of features that I don't even know how they could fit it all in this year, let alone in this patch. So we're not getting animal husbandry anytime soon. Don't get too excited. Absolutely. Spy foxes, those are still everywhere. Kevin says someone is about to get like 400 goats here soon. That's true. I remember a long time ago, before the flood, there was some goat transaction that took place from a goat farmer. I fully expect to be paid in full with the back and interest on those goats. There's a lot of goats. There's like 400 goats or something, right? And that brings us to revamped Heartland provinces. I have a picture for this, guys. Give me 1 second to pull it up. I think it's number 3. Nope. It's number 4. Nope. Where is it? It's number 2. There it is. It's number 2. Let me unlock it and drag it over here in the center. This is an example of what a home valley, a heartland, is going to look like now. So you have heartlands, which are these provinces, and then they have home valleys within them. The home valleys are things like Tremen, which is where the Order of the Blood Brothers is located on the Nyx RP server. And right now, how many home valleys do we have right now? We have like 1, 2, there's like 6, 5 or 6 on a map, right?
Sounds right.
Something like that. We have like 5 or 6 home valleys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're going up to 11 home valleys, and they're not small. They're big. What this really ultimately means in my eyes is much less wildlands. Now, this could be because we don't know what the future holds in terms of the way the map's going to evolve and the way we're going to be getting around. These home valleys, like carries, they're made to be somewhat more tame. There's going to be entire zones at one point, according to the information that we have available that has been talked about in the past by developers. There will be zones that will be entirely wildlands where there's no builds. Besides maybe the Knights Baronies and stuff like that. We don't know about that yet, but the wildlands are shrinking for sure. And that's going to mean a lot less exploration in terms of dangerous exploration or a little bit more dangerous exploration. You can see on this map on the left, there's like a nice area of wildland. You have one in the middle, you have one up in the top left, you have a skinny piece on the top right, a nice chunk in the bottom middle, and a nice chunk in the bottom right. So there's a couple areas that are still nice and open, but I think for this alone, it's going to require at least a world wipe. Now, we will get into it as we get further along, but they were talking about this being more extensive wipe. So if they're saying this is going to be more of an extensive wipe, that means that it's not just going to be a world wipe. It's not just going to be, hey, we wipe the world and all your stuff goes into your redeeming queue. It could be either there's no redeeming queue and it's a world wipe, but we keep our characters and we have to start over in that regard in terms of resources, or it could also mean our characters are wiped. They have been consistent and said that they're only going to wipe absolutely what they need to wipe. But, Ange, how do you feel about this home valley change? Keeping in mind that we don't know what the future holds. We do know that the PvP zone is going to be completely revamped. There is going to be exclusive resources added into Lioness, meaning that you're going to have to go to Lioness to acquire these things or trade with somebody in order to acquire these resources. And
Right.
there could be something else that they're not telling us. There could be wildland zones that are going to be added as interim traveling spaces outside of these home provinces. How do you feel about the changes with, given all of that information about the changes that are coming to these home valleys? Obviously, it's going to make it more dense. It could drive more RP. It could bring people closer together, but it could have some detrimental effects as well. So I want to know your opinion on that, as well as everyone in chat. Let your opinions be known. Let me know how you guys feel about these home valley changes. But go ahead, Ange. What do you got?
So I'm hesitant, just because Tremont has already reached its cap limit previously. Remember, before the wipe, you had a plot block.
Right.
Plot lock.
Yeah, we were all plot blocked.
Yeah, so that's my concern now with these changes, because you're making these valleys smaller. So it's going to be significantly easier to plot lock this area. And then what happens to the clan? It gets split into 2 sections.
Now, we don't have confirmation that the plot limits are going to be reduced for these zones. I mean, the zones still look pretty substantial. I don't think the actual valleys themselves are shrinking. If they are, it's very small in my opinion. So they may stay the same size, but there's just more of them. It's eating up the wildlands, in my opinion. But if they do, you're right. You're absolutely right. If they do shrink these valleys, then it could cause fractures of larger communities and stuff like that. But then again, I mean, taking over 2 zones is not really that bad of a thing, honestly. I mean, in my honest opinion, if we have to go from Tremon and Dolavan in order to fit the Blood Brothers in or something like that, I don't really see that as being too much of a big issue, but...
Well, I look at, like, Armagnac. That's cut in half. In our map, as it stands currently, you just cut it in half and just put the middle at the bottom, and you made another section right above it.
Is that what they did?
So they essentially cut it literally in half.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's where my concern is. Like, yes, they did take a significant amount into the wildlands, but you're also splitting some to get exactly what you want, which is fine. But again, what about my numbers? What about the clan? Are you putting limits then on the amount of people who can be in a clan? Because you're limiting how many people can be in that zone now to a smaller amount.
I think it'd be really cool. And this is a hot take, and this is just this is another theory craft. But I think it'd be kind of cool if large clans or large communities could literally take over an entire zone. I mean, the Order of the Blood Brothers is 250 members that are registered to our clan. We have a ton of people, and Tremon is pretty much solely filled with Blood Brothers as it is. I think it'd be kind of cool if you could just be like, okay, well, you're over this threshold of this clan controlling it, so you could just like have the whole zone. I don't know how they would do that. There's a lot of problems they get introduced with that. But Dan says 10 valleys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, there's 11. I'm counting 11. I see 11 there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
yeah,
8, 9, 10. Yeah, there's 11 there. But Dan, also welcome to the stream.
We're counting the wildlands. I think the wildlands is 11.
Is one of them marked as a wildlands? Oh, they actually have a marker on the wall. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have a marker. So yeah, 10 home valleys.
My mistake. I thought the one in the middle. So that's not too small then for the home valleys then, I guess. If the entire middle, I thought that was a home valley in the middle. It's smaller on my screen, so I can't really see it that good, but that's my mistake. Yeah, so there's still going to be a pretty decent amount of wildland in the middle there then, I think. I think it'll be pretty decent. Cat Died says, would love to take a whole home valley. I think that'd be really cool. I mean, especially for a large clan with their allies and stuff, taking over a whole home valley could be really, really interesting. I don't think they'll ever do anything like that, but who knows? I mean, time will tell, right? Kev Adonis, welcome into the stream, buddy. How's it going? He says, hi all. How's it going, Kev? Really great to see you again. God Silent Grace, welcome into the stream as well. He said, I did make that map change thing like the one of the old maps. Oh yeah, I did see that. Silent. Fadril says it's also possible the total map size could increase too. That is definitely possible. They could just be increasing the overall map size without getting mounts or fast travel. I think that could be really rough. But let me take this image down now that we have had a chance to look at that. We'll bring back up this. If we look at the next thing here, miracles, fast travel. The miracles are really, really underwhelming currently. But we're going to be getting fast travel with miracles, which is going to make, if they do increase the map like Fadril has suggested, it could make getting around that much easier. It's going to allow us to be able to fast travel probably from zone to zone maybe, or from, originally it was supposed to be from like church to church. You'd be able to tie the churches together and build this vast empire of a religion system in game run by the players and stuff. I don't know if they fully scrapped that or not. we're going to look at the later down the road and see what's actually missing. But Miracles of Fast Travel could bring some good stuff to the game as well. And then that brings us to later down the road. And some things are missing, guys, like weather. Ange pointed out that weather is actually missing from this roadmap at all now. So weather may have gotten bumped altogether, which is interesting because we've been seeing a lot of implementations of it in the world. That we've been hearing weather, we've been seeing things get wet as if we've heard thunder. We've a lot of different things that we've noticed in game. I don't know why it got bumped. Maybe it's a mistake, but it's not here. There's no weather. Dan says weather bumped due to prioritization issues. Did they mention that, Dan? Did we actually have confirmation that that's why it got bumped? I mean, that would make sense logically to think about it. Like that would be why it got bumped. Obviously, I think that's why anything would really get bumped. Obviously, if they change their priorities, it's going to bump different things from the roadmap. But let's go through what's coming later. It was mentioned, yes. I live in that Discord. Oh my gosh. That's funny. So later down the road, here's some of the things that we can look forward to. Revamped Province of Lioness, revamped PvP, trade towns. Not really sure what that means. Knight roll and soldier roll. They did say that those got bumped a little bit further back than they would have liked. Gear customization. Looking forward to that. Controller support. There's already kind of controller support, and if you rebind your controller, like I have an Xbox controller, I can actually go into the settings for it and actually change what the keys do. So I can already have pretty much full controller support. But that's good to know that they're going to be working on the controller support for people who want to. Let's be honest, there's not that many spells in this game. There's not that many things that you need to click, so it's kind of prime for controller integration. Cat Died says Osric said they bumped it for prioritization. I gotcha. Okay. So yeah, because Fidril says, did Osric mention weather? We actually have, it was put together by Phoenix, which is one of the community community, what do they call
Moderators?
them? The Discord moderator, one of the Discord moderators. They put together a really interesting Q&A that took place in Discord. And there's an absolute metric crap ton of information in there that Osric has been great. Osric has honestly been so transparent and willing to engage with the community. He's been on stream here several times. Osric, if you're listening to this, man, you've been doing a really great job. I appreciate your transparency. I praise things that require praise. And honestly, brother, you've been doing an awesome job being transparent. You're one of the only sources of like behind the scenes information that we've got. I know there's been other sources and stuff, but you've just been going above and beyond. So I surely want to give Osric the praise that he deserves. Fidril says Osric is what mainframe needs for PR, in my opinion. Absolutely. Osric has been awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
So some of the other things that we're going to be getting later is new furniture, new enemies, improved permission system, mounts. Now, mounts is interesting because Osric was on our last episode of PaxCast, and he said that mounts currently are not being developed. They're not currently being worked on. Now, I know things change as priorities shift around. They did show the mounts, the image of the mounts, and some people thought they were a little too small and rink-a-dink. They were like little tiny horses or ponies or something. So hopefully they get that sorted out. But Osric said they weren't really working on mounts yet. In their article that we're going to continue to read after we're done looking at this roadmap here, they talk about mounts hopefully coming soon. #SoonTM. I don't know, but the conflicting statement there is a little confusing. I guess we'll find out in the long run. And improved NPC behaviors and unveil the lore. Now, the lore one is interesting for me. I want to know if people want to see official lore podcast here on the channel. I have a lot of podcasts and things that we do based on different in-game lore that we create and stuff like that. But I want to know if you guys want to see an official lore breakdown podcast or videos and stuff like that. But I'm all for lore as long as it allows us to continue our own lore in the world as well. As many of you know, we have the 9 Pantheon. We have a very rich backstory and lore in and around the Order of the Blood Brothers. And it's been a lot of fun to come up with our own stories and the rips in the veil and the traversing of different planes and all kinds of really, really fun, exciting, dramatic, engaging role play. It's been a lot of fun, but I'm excited to see what they have in store for us as well. But that's the roadmap. I know it took a while to go over that roadmap. It's pretty extensive. There's a lot of stuff on there. There's a lot of promises. There's a lot of things that got bumped from their previous promises as their priorities shift. And hey, that's gonna happen. I'm not gonna be too hard on them for that. I think that a lot of the important things are still here, like the night roll and the revamped PvP and stuff. I want to know what you guys think about this roadmap. Are you excited for it? Do you think it's a lot of empty promises? Are you disappointed with the things that got bumped? Let it be known here on the channel, guys. Let me know what you think about that, because again, this is what PaxCast is all about. Bringing people together to have open dialogue and open conversation about the development of a video game, a game that we are all so invested in, and we're going to be here for a very long time. I want private servers. I think it's going to bring it into the future. That's my one thing that I'd like to see added to a roadmap. I don't think they're ever going to do it. I think it's going to they're going to completely ignore that, but I want private servers. I think it really does a lot for games. Look at Conan Exiles, look at Minecraft, look at Dune with it's going to have its private servers. Look at V Rising, look at Project Zomboid and Vintage Story and all the games that really, really come alive once they have private servers. That's just my opinion on that, but that's the roadmap, guys. That's what we've had. That's what we've gotten. That's what we're potentially going to get. And that's what got bumped, as well as what the future may hold for PAX Day. All right. That brings us back to the article here. And I know that, we've literally just touched the surface. Look how much is here, guys. There's a lot to go through still. I got other stuff to show you as well. Like, check this out. Osric FAQ. 328 Osric made made a series of comments and answered several questions from the community, and I felt were worth documenting. Look at this. Huge index here. Tons of people on it. Look at this. It just goes on and on and on. Look at all these. These are all comments that he made that are about things that we could potentially be seeing. #SoonTM. And I want to go over all this with you guys. There's still so much to do, so sit tight, guys. Don't go anywhere. And then we also want to talk about the clan Codex. The good about it, the bad about it, and everything in between. But there were several clans that were spotlit in their first clan Codex. I have feelings about this, and we're going to talk about it as well. And I want to hear from you guys on what you think about that, as well as, let's refresh it, the player count. Here is our current player count across all servers, and here's our 24-hour peak. I like to keep an eye on that as well. It's actually up quite a bit right now. I don't know if it's because of the roadmap, but they did. One of the interesting things that I'm going to spoil right now was Osric did say, when I asked him a question about, how we should be going forward or what we should be thinking about this wipe, he said, I don't want to tell you to keep hoarding materials and grinding things if the wipe is going to be bigger, or knowing that the wipe is going to be bigger than it was last time. I take that as a small hint and subtle nudge towards it's going to be a full wipe or a bigger wipe, to where we really shouldn't be wasting our time in investing into grinding things out, because it could potentially be lost. And that's essentially what I got from the takeaway from Osric. But we're going to go into all of that. Tons and tons and tons to break down. This is going to be an exciting time for PAX Day going forward. If they can deliver on all of these things that they've talked about here and all of the things that they've promised in the past, and we get some of those core systems fleshed out that we desperately need fleshed out in the game to really make it a full-fledged MMO, this could be an exciting time for PAX Day. It's going to be an absolute ride. It's going to have its ups. It's going to have its downs. It's going to have everything in between. But that's what we're here for. We're here for the fun and the excitement of the development process of PAX Day. Let's get on with their article here, so that way we can see all the things that they want to reflect on that took place during early access. Let's catch up on a little bit more chat here really quick before we get into this. Cat Died says, lore is cool, but the only way to discover lore is through Discord or website channels. Lore needs to be discoverable and expanded in-game. I agree 110% with that statement right there, Cat Died. I agree through and through. Fadril says, love lore, but game doesn't have enough yet for a dedicated podcast. That's kind of what I'm thinking about that as well, that there's really not too much there. If you really, really dig, you can find some stuff that maybe I could do a couple episodes on. Blimpy says, I can understand them wanting to hide the lore until release. Fadril says, Renown needs private servers. Guys, we went into Renowned, and it's not perfect. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. Like, it has its problems. Offline rating, toxicity like Rust. It can be an absolute shit show at times, but Renowned looks really cool. And it's amazing to see what a 4-man development team with not nearly as deep a pockets as PAX Day was capable of producing for their first playtest. It was a lot of fun. Mordhau and chivalry-style physics-based combat makes it engaging and fun and skill-based. The building left some to be desired. Their interfaces and their UI and things like that were on the they were not the strong suits of the game, mind you. But then again, it's an alpha. That's an alpha, whereas PAX is in early access. If we can get private servers for Renown, it could be a lot of fun to mess around on there. Absolutely. Cat Died says, yep. Bean says March 24th was harsh. LOL, only 100. EOTB says the gamers and communities are demanding smaller playing groups for those devoted to the protection from the in bad faith actors. They need to get on board with that. Absolutely. And I think private servers ultimately can remove the trolls and the bad faith actors from communities who want to simply enjoy a video game, right? You get to remove yourself from the toxicity of greater communities of things like Rust and stuff like that, and have your own private server and community where honestly, you can keep it open to people, but you have the authority to moderate and remove people as you see fit, as they break immersion or go outside of the bounds of what the guidelines may be set up for your server or your season or whatever you're going to be doing with your private server. I think that there's really no downside to private servers, because if people want to continue to play on the main servers, they absolutely can. All it's doing is giving the option for people to enjoy the game and play the game the way that they want to, And why would that ever be a bad thing, right? Giving people the option to play the game the way that they wish to enjoy it is only a net positive, in my opinion. Fadril says, I am quite disturbed by the first clan spotlights, though, in my opinion, Mainframe is ignorant on the issues there. And that's going to be the opinion of the individuals. I'm not really going to be talking too much about stuff like that per se, but I'll definitely leave it up to you guys to decide if you think the clan spotlights are a good or bad thing ultimately. But we will talk about that more when we get to that spot in the podcast. EOTB says, yeah, the debacle of who, what, where, as to sent items and how they got displayed and presented proves this for the V-Day event. Oh yeah, that was pretty interesting the way the V-Day, that kind of had a lot of drama around it too as well. And that's the problem with spotlighting things at all, in my opinion, but we will get to that when we get to it. Bean says, only reasons though clans got spotlighted were they were willing to reach for the soap. Oh man. Well, hey, no. Neither here nor there. I don't know. I'll leave that up to you guys to decide. YouTube says that being LOL true that. Blimpy says, I registered for playtest yesterday, but it's over for Renown. Yes, the Renown playtest is over. They'll probably do more in the future. If you do buy Renown, you can be in the ongoing process of testing. I have not done that yet because I want to see more of the features get fleshed out. I'd like to see offline rating brought to an end, or at least be able to host my own private server where I can control that a little more before I fully invest my time and money into Renown. But it is a very, very interesting looking game. A lot less immersive in terms of role play and world building and living, and a lot more immersive in terms of combat and conflict and things like that. Blippy says, I'm probably not going to get it then. Yeah, I mean, I would wait. If you're on the fence about it, I would just wait. There's no harm in that, right? We have plenty other things. Like I cannot express to you how excited I am for the V-Rising 1.1 update. The early access is going to start in about a week. It is under strict NDA, so I won't be able to talk with you guys about anything that's happening there, unfortunately. But I like to personally, I don't partake in many NDAs, but I like to personally help out that development team, because that game is one of my favorite games I've ever played in my entire life. And I don't say that lightly. V-Rising is one of the best games I've ever played. If you like that style of game, definitely check out V-Rising. I have an event on the community Discord server. Type !Discord to get a link over there if you're not a part of it. Really, really, really great game. And this update looks really good. I'm looking forward to it and the future of V-Rising. Really awesome game. But that's beside the point. A little bit off topic there. Gore4 says, I don't like private servers in games with this vision. It neuters what they are about and need the drama caused by player strife. But that's the thing. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, nothing stops you from going and playing on a public server where you can have that drama and strife and whatever else. But for someone who maybe doesn't have a lot of time to engage in playing in video games, they don't want to be forced into having a toxic environment that's filled with drama and strife if they don't want to. And that's where private servers really shine. It doesn't take away from your experience. It doesn't take away from your ability to go and be a part of those public servers, like on a public Rust server where you're going to have all that drama and toxicity and stuff. All it does is give the individuals who literally don't want to be a part of it their own way and their own space to be able to engage in it. And that's why I will always advocate for private servers. I don't see any downside to having private servers because, again, it doesn't take away from you at all. You can still go do absolutely whatever you want to do. You can go and play on a public server and be subject to toxicity or people jumping in front of your camera and photobombing you and just trying to ruin events and just being outright mean people. You can 100% be subject to that if that's what you want to be subject to. But all private servers do is give people the ability to be able to play the game the way that they want to at its very core. And then not to mention the longevity of mods, being able to pick up the slack where developers and development processes may fall short. There's so many positives that come from private servers. I mean, look at like V-Rising. I get to set the date and time of the raids, if I want to make only raids available on weekends, if I want to make PvP activate only during prime time and not outside of it. People can choose what times they want to engage with it then. I can choose the difficulty of bosses and how much health you have and how fast you can acquire resources. I get to tweak and cater these systems to my community and what we enjoy in terms of a game, because playing video games should be enjoyable. It lowers the number of players on the official servers. That may be true, but if you think about it, those people don't want to be there. Why should you have the authority to be able to force them to play there? If it came down to it, some people may choose to just not play the game if they're forced to play in those toxic environments, to the point where you're not losing players anyways. It's just giving them the option to play it the way that they want. I do understand where you're coming from, though. I could see that population on servers and stuff, especially with a dwindling player population that we have currently, it would make it a little bit smaller. But here's the thing. You're free to go and play on those private servers as well. Like, for instance, if they gave us private servers right now, my private servers would be open to the public. You'd be able to come into that space without registering, without anything. If then you show bad faith, you would be removed from the space. If you show bad faith and there's proof that you did X, Y, and Z, I get to moderate and remove you from the space. We have several people who are on our blacklist for doing absolutely egregious things. Terrible, terrible, disgusting, out of character things and in character things that have just been way too far and crossed a line. And those people, I should not be forced to play with those people. And at very least, I think that PAX Day could benefit from the having systems, social systems that allow me to ignore or block people to where it happens like World of Warcraft. They disappear off my screen. So if somebody wants to act a troll and jump in front of my stream while I'm trying to show off the game and have fun with people, and they want to come to an event and act a fool and try to derail it or in some way, shape, or form, harass us, I could ignore them and they would disappear. Until they give us that, I mean, it falls way short of the systems we need in order to properly moderate and police a game of this scale. But yes, I mean, ultimately it could remove players from the official servers, but those people would be forced. Right now, they're being forced to engage in those things that maybe they would not otherwise want to. And I'm all about freedom here. I want you to have the freedom to play the game the way that you want. And I don't think it's fair to say that it's a negative of private servers that you can't have the high populations because people would choose to go and play the game the way that would truly bring them joy. That doesn't seem like a negative in my opinion, personally. Gore4 says, I'm for private servers if the developers deem that they are not able to achieve an MMO part of the game. Well, I mean, look at Conan Exiles. I mean, technically, Conan Exiles is kind of an MMO. They have official servers. You can go play on those official servers. And they have private servers with tons of mods and a lot of fun stuff that people can choose to have like a very, very... So, for instance, I know of a server in a community that they run, a Conan Exiles server and community. They run a seasonal RP server. So like every 3 to 6 months, they wipe the server and everybody makes all completely new in-character personas and stuff. And they make all new parties and clans and groups, and they have stories that they're unfolding, and then they seasonally wipe it. I can't really do that fully unless I have a private server to make us all in the same playing field and remove those bad faith actors and stuff. It just gives you options, right? It really gives you options. I mean, even World of Warcraft has private servers. Hell, I host my own private World of Warcraft server for my own personal use and enjoyment where I can just go and mess around with stuff. Private servers exist in a wide scheme of games, and MMOs are not excluded from that. I think that private WoW servers thrive where maybe the experience is different and more catered. Like there's I just found out recently, I forgot the name of it, but there's an entirely RP-driven MMO experience for World of Warcraft on a private server. Everything in the game can just be given to yourself. It's all 100% about role play. You get to build your own environments and your own spaces that people can then come to, and you can create your own stories. Private servers, in my opinion, are a must for every game, really. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, it just allows you to be able to play the game the way that you like. UDB says, off topic, hot fixes are staged for the upcoming Star Citizen current performance issues. That's good. Yeah, I know they just released their what is it, 4.1, patch 4.1, a lot of really cool stuff in there. Cooter Pooter says, Project Gorgon, only if I had a group to play with. Yeah, Project Gorgon looks interesting, to be honest. Cat Died says, for Drill, are you able to play Renown right now? I can't with the backer Steam key, and I think they paused sales until they get the keys fixed. The Goreforce says, already read that one. Let's see here. I'm trying to catch up on chat so we can continue through there, reflecting on early access. For Drill says, Cat died. Not yet. There is still key issues. Oh, okay. Going on there. Gotcha. I thought I was missing out. Cat died says. For Drill says, I've been checking Renown Discord every hour. Yeah, that game looks really, really interesting. The Goreforce says private WoW servers are illegal. They are indeed illegal. Yeah, they do break if they get a cease and desist, then if they don't stop, then legal action can be taken. But if they get a cease and desist, yeah, I mean, absolutely, they are illegal. But it shows you how high the demand is for private servers. I mean, there have been a multitude of private servers for different MMOs that have 100% been illegal. I'm not promoting or saying that you should do something illegal like that, but absolutely, they are 100% illegal. I think they more so become illegal when they're monetizing it. There are other private servers out there that absolutely do monetize it and have microtransactions and pay-to-win features implemented, and I don't really support those features. But I am an advocate for open source stuff and people being able to enjoy playing video games the way that they want to, ultimately. Hell, if you want to put up a private WoW server and play with you and 2 friends or 5 friends or 10 friends, and that's the way you want to enjoy that, I don't really see the harm in that. I get it. Okay, you're going to be taking money out of the pockets of the developers to some extent. I mean, it's like pirating music, I guess, if you want to equate it to that, for sure. Absolutely. But I'm more so really want people to be able to enjoy their gaming experience. And if that means having a private server for something that may or may not technically be illegal, then I mean, that's up to them. I'm not going to advocate for or against anything like that. That's up to the individual. I was just stating the fact that it does exist, so it shows that there is a demand, even for a game as big as World of Warcraft, the need for private servers for people. The Goreforce says, I honestly think the classic WoW server is the best WoW. Classless WoW server is the best WoW. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of different unique takes on it. I mean, look at Project, Turtle WoW has their own unique take on it. There's so many different private servers that allow those people to play the game. And those, you could argue, when Turtle WoW and all these other RP servers and stuff, all private servers for WoW, those are taking people away from World of Warcraft's player base. I don't get to interact with them now because they're playing on private servers, but I'm happy for them because they're getting to play the game the way that they want, you know? And that's ultimately where my desire for private servers come from. I don't see it as a negative that I'm no longer subject to being forced to play on a server and be forced to be put in a space that's not being properly moderated, in my opinion. Bean says, sorry I bring up Life is Feudal again, but it's exactly like that with private servers. Let's see here. Goreforce says, I do understand your point completely. UDB says, I got CDs oh God, CDs are so 2000. I like CDs though, to be honest. I still have some discs from games that are from a long time ago. Goreforce says cease and desist. Yep, 100%. They will get cease and desist. And it happened to one of the biggest private classic WoW servers that I actually played on. I'm not going to lie. Fidril says private server is how Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning has not only continued but thrived still long after discontinued officially. Absolutely. I know there's I forgot the name of the private Star Wars server as well that allowed the game to continue well past its end of life for the developers. And that's why I think Dune is seeing a lot of pushback, and ultimately it might fail at launch if they don't come out with private servers fast enough, because a lot of the people said it's not worth my money to put into Dune Awakening, which is an MMO, without having the fallback of being able to host private servers. That's ultimately what a lot of the go check Reddit and stuff. There's been big talk about that. But let's get on with talking about how they're reflecting on early access. So Mainframe goes on to say the main goal for us moving into early access was to get constant feedback from live community to help us develop the game, and wow, did the community deliver. I think we delivered. Whether they actually took it all to heart or not, people would argue one way or the other. I think there's a lot of stuff that just got pushed to the side, and obviously they're not going to implement every single feature that we need fixed, but I think the F8s on some of the bugs took way longer than they should have to get fixed, and they had profound effects on the game. Cooter says Star Wars Galaxies. Yes, I think that's what it was. Coming soon with 1.0, hopefully to jump to light speed. Still, to this day, my favorite MMO of all time. Yes, a lot of games have really gone past their life expectancy because of private servers. They go on to say, we're grateful for and humbled by your continued engagement. Over 7,000 or 70,000 of you, are following PAX Day's development journey on our official Discord and sharing tips and tricks daily to help out others. Looking at the different parts of the game, here is where we stand today. We've spent the first month stabilizing the game. Then our first update, Proving Grounds, was about addressing some of the biggest challenges we saw emerging before we could focus on adding new systems and deepening the game with Market Square onwards. We also had to make the tough decisions. Some features we initially had planned to be they had to be deprioritized as we focused on strengthening the foundations of PAX Day. While this meant delays in some areas, like the highly expected PvP system or the Knight and Soldier features, so they did bump those back a little bit. It has also allowed us to deploy some elements sooner than planned in the roadmap, and even to add some new elements that will make PAX Day stronger in the long run. And all of that is fine and dandy, but again, you have to understand the totality of the circumstances. We're at 9 months. We're pushing past 9 months, and what do we actually have in terms of unique systems that have been implemented into PAX Day? I'll let you guys decide what you think those are, but keep that in mind, that a lot of this stuff is taking pretty long to be developed, especially when you consider the deep pockets they have and the size of the development team. Early game. The first obvious lesson from early access was that it took too long to get into the fun at the first contact with the game. Part of the Proving Grounds was about addressing this. We placed enemy camps in the Heartland Valleys and added basic gear and spells so that players now have the option to go on an adventure within the first few hours of play. And I love that about that. I'm all for, I think games become more accessible to new players when they're easier at the start. You can have a ramp and you can have a curve, but they need to be tangible, right? They need to have the proper systems in order to, whether it's a tutorial or whatever, in order to get people used to the game and its systems and how to play it. And I think that having these smaller camps is so great with new players, with the new player experience. They introduced the journal along with overall balancing passes and helped make the learning curve for crafting less steep. And talking about adventure, the world revamp also included our first new biome since Alpha, the Corrupted Plains. That's true. We did get 1 new biome in 9 months. More recent, the addition of the compass makes finding your way around the world of PAX Day more convenient. I've talked about the compass. I mean, I think that the compass is just like, it's a nice thing to have, but it should have already been there. I mean, come on. I've seen people make a compass in a game using Unreal Engine in 5 minutes. It should have already been there. But nevertheless, we do have the compass now. They say we're far from done with this aspect of the game and intend to keep iterating on it in upcoming content updates. I want to pause here for just a moment. They talk about the exploration and adventure in the game. I really think that this game could benefit from a fog of war system with some level of cartography. I mean, sure, people would get lost, and we're getting the grace where maybe you can use it to recall back to places if you get too lost. I think fog of war, Ange, I don't know how you feel about that, but what do you think could be done to the exploration that would just take it to the next level? Because the game is beautiful. The game has some so just downright gorgeous, breathtaking views, minus like the splits in the world and stuff like that. I think Fog of War could add a lot to the adventure and the sense of mystery in the world. I don't know if you have anything that you want to add onto that, or if you agree with me that, they could do that. What do you think about the adventure and stuff in the game? How do you think it's progressed, and where do you think it's going to go in the future?
I 100% agree. I think that's a cool aspect of it. But what also if we go a step further and you get some type of perk or bonus for each area that you explore? And not just like, let's say, Mary or something like that, but you go a step further. Every gate that you go through, you get some kind of perk. So it encourages you to keep exploring the map.
Yeah, I agree. I think that could be a really cool way to bring uniqueness to each of the zones without it being like overpowered. Because then some people would be like,
Right.
oh, well, Tremin is the place to be because it has this thing that's 10% better. People will always metagame though, so that's going to happen. But
Right.
Fadril says, I'm in all survival and strategy games, I love and prefer Fog of War. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think Fog of War could be really cool. Gorefor says, I would have probably backed Star's Reach if they had plans for decent PvP and territory control. I agree with you 100%. That was one of the biggest things that I was saying about it as well with people when I would talk about it was just that, decent PvP and territory control. Now they did say that like you'll be able to own planets and stuff, and I thought it was a little odd that you could just buy a planet through backing, like $10,000 packages and stuff would get you like your own world. I'm not really all for that. I mean, but then again, I play Star Citizen where you purchase big ships, but we've talked about that before on the channel where it's a little different with a crowd-funded game and stuff. So it's interesting to see though that other people had that same thought, Goreforce, because I was thinking that same thing about Star's Reach. I think that Star's Reach is a really cool project though, and for anybody who's into what it is, I think it's going to be something very special. I think it's really, really cool. And I'm probably going to cover more of it in the future as well. UTB says, okay, every time Ange speaks, Ange, let's go. Goreforce says, random event NPCs having issues that you can solve, other things that bring out emergent gameplay other than just enemy mobs. 100%. I want world bosses. I want random caravans that go around. I want incursions and stuff where you have to fight off waves of monsters maybe that you could trigger yourself so that way you're choosing to. I want random events and things that just pop up in the world, dynamic events that happen based on maybe only when a certain number of people, or if people do some little rituals and stuff. There should be ways to trigger stuff and really truly immerse yourself in the world around you, and having dynamic events and even events that are put on by, I forgot the name of the game, but there was a game that I don't know if it just got bad reviews or if it fell through or something, but they had actual in-game game masters that would go around in the world and they would trigger stuff. They would actually put into effect different little like stories and stuff that was being developed in real time. There was another game that I played. It was called, gosh, I can't remember the name of it, but it was a horror game, like the Midnight Club or something, or I can't remember the name of it, but they had actual voice actors for a short while on the payroll that would join your lobbies, and it was immersive horror. They would actually interact with you and they would know your character name. They'd be like, Voidlock, I see you. I'm watching you. And then like something would run past in the shadows and stuff. They would literally make it immersive horror that you could choose to opt into. I'm not saying they need to go to that level, but giving us dynamic events like Star Citizen has with these dynamic events that are going to be taking place and stuff, well, that have been taking place. I think that really elevates it all to just the next level. Goreforce goes on to say that KCD world feels infinitely more interesting to explore because of the random event NPCs and bandits. I love all of that stuff. Fadril says, I want the world to not just look lived in, but actually be living. I agree 110% with that. Maven, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Maven says, I love the idea of wandering DMs, Dungeon Masters. Yeah. I think it'd be really cool they could even really lean into it and endow certain people in the community who are in positions. But here's the problem though. Then it becomes subject to like out of character grievances and stuff like that. But let's say I run a huge clan. I could offer quests to people or something that normally would not be available anywhere else. Like it brings people together, honestly, at the end of the day, as long as people can keep, their personal feelings and stuff out of there. Sa says Mother Moon. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on that adventure and that part of the game, because adventure for me is one of the biggest things. I love exploring new zones and going places that maybe have never even been seen before. Another Tangia dungeon being fired up, guys. Go ahead and join that dungeon. Get some exclusive gear. You can actually get vouchers through those that you can then redeem for on-screen events. Fadril, I don't know why your messages were just filtered. They were deleted by Stream Elements. They still did show up on stream. Oh, it's because of all the exclamation points. They had filtered it. Just ignore that, guys. It still popped up on stream, but it removed it from the actual chat. That's automated. It wasn't me. Beans waving at Maven. Saw says rude Stream Elements. Absolutely. It's like Carlbot over on the Discord. It's always telling people, hey, you can't put that many. I actually did change it. I changed the attachment warning now. It doesn't actually do anything. Don't worry about it. But yeah, so that's adventure. Let's see. They go on to talk about combat here now. Combat remains a major focus in Proving Grounds. We reworked the animations and player movement systems to improve the second-to-second combat experience, making it feel smoother and more responsive, while also laying a stronger foundation for future improvements. I am all for the combat being more immersive, being more interactive, being more like, honestly, I mean, some people might not like this, but I like that I have spells in World of Warcraft and abilities that I can use and counters that I can do, and it defines my class. You should be defined in PaxCast by what you're wearing, what you're using, and what spells you have available to you, as well as your skills and stuff, like your weapon skills. But I would like to see some level of player's skill get brought into the game. Maybe not as advanced as Mordhau or Chivalry or something like that. I think that'd be really cool, but I don't know how that would function in the space. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how combat's going to evolve. I'm desperately in desire of having more in-depth combat systems. And how do you feel about how the combat currently is in PAX Day?
Lackluster. It's just left click. All I have to do is they're spamming left click. 9 times out of 10, I'm not paying attention. No offense, but I'm not. And it's like,
it doesn't keep you engaged, right?
No, I'm so bored. But when you compare it to WoW, you have to strategize. You have to. It's like you and I discussed before. You have to know your enemy. Like, you have to know what you're doing. You have to, be
kind of like V Rising. We've been playing a little bit of V Rising, and now you have to know their attack patterns. You have to know their mechanics, know what to interrupt, know when to dodge, know how to use all your spells. And that's what makes you a good player in V Rising and in World of Warcraft, is knowing all of those things and actually practicing. Same with Renown. It's knowing how to do the attacks and when to block and how to read the enemies, and it becomes a skill-based system. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to advocate for, again, a full skill-based system, but I think that the combat is going in the right direction. Fadril right here says, I've become a fan of the directional combat. I think that could do a lot for the game, but I don't know how it would translate over into the space that is PAX Day. But I like the direction of the combat. I think they're making iterative changes, and they're not doing anything too dramatic just yet, but they're going in the right direction in order to flesh it out. And now we're going to be getting 3 attacks or abilities from each type of weapon. This could be why we lost access to the Zweihanders and to the one-handed axes, because they felt like there was going to be too much overlap and they want to make them all feel unique, which I can respect. It never feels good to lose something, but I can respect that. And they go on to say here, we also added new spells, rebalanced gear, and have the Inquisitors and Lost Souls a full rework. In its current form, however, combat often lacks meaningful decision-making. We aim to move to a state where your gear, choices, and abilities will shape your tactics, encouraging you to build specialized roles. I love this. I absolutely love this. This is what we touched on before, where wearing leather, wearing cloth, using different types of equipment and stuff. It's going to be good to bring, so in World of Warcraft, you go to do a dungeon or you go to PvP, you want a well-rounded team with the skills and talents that you need in order to successfully overcome the challenge that's going to be before you. In PAX Day, I'd love to see the same thing, where I'm going to need one person with a two-handed axe, I'm going to need one person with a two-handed sword, I'm going to need one person with a shield, or 2 people with a shield to make a shield wall, or 3 or 4 to make a shield wall. I want to have a reason to have diverse weapon skills other than, well, it's what I have maxed out. I'd love to see there be actual decision-making behind that, and it will give people more of a reason to experiment with a lot of different types of combat. And it'll give them something to make it change up. Because right now, if you use a two-handed weapon, going to pretty much any other two-handed weapon doesn't really change the way that it feels or the way that it enacts with the environment around you or the way the combat flows. It's pretty much just the aesthetic of, hey, I like how this two-handed axe looks or something. Now, there are some magic gear that can change that a little bit here and there. But for the most part, the weapons all tend to do the same thing. You spam left click, you kill enemy. or you die. That's kind of how it goes. I mean, at the end of the day, a well-placed heal and stuff like that could make the difference, especially in PvP, which I don't think enough people have engaged in, unfortunately, because of the high stakes of full loot. And we can talk about that. But I'm happy to hear that they're going to be working on combat for the foreseeable future. They go on to say that there will be a central part. This will be a central part of our next verse. Check below for sneak peek, and we look forward to sharing more #SoonTM. So that's what we have. That's what they touched on in terms of combat. Osric, the man we need to hear from while we're talking about combat. Osric works a lot on the combat. Correct me if I'm wrong, Osric, but Osric works a lot on combat. Osric's one of the developers. Osric, really great to see you. Right, really great to see you here in chat. Osric says, hey, we didn't fully rework Inquisitors and Lost Souls. Those are only visual updates. That's what I was actually saying earlier. Was I was talking with Ange about that. I thought that it was just kind of visual overhauls. They still had the same attacks, and you overhauled the camps and stuff, which I thought was really cool. But yeah, it's going to be really cool to see enemies have some new engaging mechanics for us to work around. And I'm really excited to see how Cat Died says the goat is here. Osric, we're all convinced that you're the reason they're adding goats. You're the greatest of all time when it comes to your transparency and your engagement with the community. In fact, Osric, in your honor, we have this entire FAQ that we're going to be going over of all the things that you said. Now, whether that's a good thing or makes you nervous or not, I don't know, but you've just been really great to interact with. So it's been awesome, and I'm happy to have you here on stream. Osric says, just stopping by, but we didn't work on the enemy side of this update. We work on the player side, RPG. Now a PvE work is starting soon. Thanks for that insight, Osric. Really appreciate that. Fidril says, I would also like to see improved AI for dungeon mobs and bosses where they respond differently depending on the target player-equipped weapons. That'd be pretty interesting, actually. Getting a more in-depth AI system. I'd like to see bosses just have any level of uniqueness to them, because right now they're just basically a big, more tanky, harder hitting regular mob, in my opinion. I believe they're just placeholders if I had to put my money on it, but I'd like to see some big, weird, amalgamated monsters for the Zebians, and, you know, some big tank dude for the Inquisition, or maybe like a really strong healer who he rallies the entire zone or something, and they also give them some unique abilities and things like that, where we have mechanics that we have to work around that are dynamic based on, you know, how the combat's unfolding. I do think the combat has come a long way from what it once was. It's a far cry from being complete, in my opinion. Let me know what you guys think in chat, and if you're watching this in the future, let me know in the comments what you think about how the combat has progressed. But I do think it has made leaps and bounds in terms of its fluidity and how good it feels to interact. Right now, it's still very shallow, but at least it's fluid, and you have some more authority over stuff. Let's get those interrupts, let's get those stuns, let's get those mechanics, let's get the enemies having different mechanics and stuff. Let us have more uniqueness through our armor and our foods and our weapon choices and our spells, and it's really going to come together to be something special, I think. But that's them touching on combat. That then brings us to building, and building is a big one for a lot of people, because building is ultimately right now the last bastion of anything that people are doing in game is using it as a building simulator. RP is still alive, but building is a big part of that. And that brings up a concern of mine. And Ange, we were talking about this, and I know I was talking about this with Cat Died as well off stream, was if they're planning on doing a wipe within the next 3 months for this update, is it going to bring with it the new build pieces? I absolutely hope so, because if it doesn't, that means players are going to be getting started from the new wipe. If it is a total wipe, even better. But if it's not, you know, whatever it may be, people have to start over, at least with their buildings, I would assume. And if there's going to be a wipe for this next patch, which we know there's most likely going to be within the next 3 months, presumably, and then at a later date, maybe a month after that, they release new build pieces, people are going to rebuild and then feel like they have to rebuild again. So I'm really, really, really hopeful, and I really would love to see the new build pieces come with the wipe. I really hope that that's how it goes. Kev says, hey, Osric, and give me building or give me death. Kev, I know that you are super big into building. We just went, for those of you who don't know, we just did a stream. We went and showed off Skywatch. which is Kev's clan and build, single man build, absolutely sprawling, amazing build. Make sure you go check out that stream if you want to see Kev's build. But yeah, I mean, I'm also worried for what the future holds for people like us, Kev, where we want to build big, expansive cities and stuff like that to have RP hubs or whatever it may be. If you're going to have to pay a subscription per plot, and we can talk more about that as we get more into building as well. But they go on to say that building is undoubtedly the most complete system in the game. We're amazed at how it unlocks the creativity of the community. Watching the world fill up with beautiful villages, mighty fortresses, and sprawling cities is a constant joy. And that's my main worry. Is it still going to be able to be filled with beautiful villages, mighty fortresses, and sprawling cities, and bring constant joy to people if the financial burden is too great? That's my main concern. If the financial burden is too great, it's going to be making it to where plots are way less plentiful and people are not going to be able to make as big of builds as they want. And then you have the added stress of, well, what happens if we do a group build and someone decides that they can't afford the plot upkeep anymore and they have to lift their plot? Now you have a hole in the middle of your city. It can easily become a nightmare, but building is amazing in this game. I love the building. I think honestly, I agree with them that it is one of the most fleshed out things in the game. The UI is polished and it feels really well, honestly. To interact with it just is a pleasure. I think that we need more build pieces. We need some more consistency and we need some more small quality of life things in order to fully flesh it out. I'm not going to lie and say it's perfect, but I do have concerns about the plots going forward. Like, honestly, Ange, what do you think is the like cutoff point for what plots should cost? Honestly, not considering like the back end server upkeep and stuff. That's not, while I can recognize that they need to keep the servers afloat and they need to turn a profit in order for the game to exist, private servers would alleviate that again. But just looking at it from a player standpoint, how many plots would you have at different price points for that upkeep? Like, let's say they cost $5 per plot. How many plots would you have? And if they cost $10 per plot, how many plots would you have? How do you think that this is going to restrict players' ability to build that player-built immersive role-play experience that we're all in search of?
I personally would not spend more than $10 per plot. I just wouldn't. I'm really hoping that they're going to do like $5 per plot.
And if they were $10 per plot, how many would you have? How much are you willing to pay in upkeep?
No, I probably would only have 2 if they were $10 per plot.
Right.
Because then I have to justify, like, it's just a lot to continuously pay every single month, especially when you think about, when you compare it to WoW. WoW is going to have building, it's going to have all
player
of that
housing
coming in soon. So why would I continue to pay to have 2 plots in one game for almost double? Like,
right. And that's going to be the real kicker is how much. Yeah. And it's going to come down to how much is it going to cost. Salty Veteran says, I have 36 plots currently. Yeah. So Salty Veteran, if those cost you $10 per plot, I mean, what even is that? That's $360 you're going to pay per month? No way. No way. That's not going to happen. If they're $5 per plot, you're still talking close to a couple $100. I mean, it's insane. Queen, great to have you in stream. Thanks for stopping by. Queen says, I agree. At Kev says, was awesome. Thank you all. Queen, I'll help you if you still need ideas on how to build high. Queen says, I'd love some pointers at Kev. I've been busy lately and haven't logged in. Fedril says, building in PAX has been a positive, incredible experience for me. Absolutely, man. Salty Veteran says $5 at least 40 plots for me. So if the plots cost $5, you're going to have 40 plots. So what? That's 20. What is that? That's what does that come out to? That's a lot of money, man. So if the plots cost $5 and you want to have 40 plots, you're gonna be paying $200 a month. And if they cost $10, you'd be paying $400 a month. I mean, every person's gonna have their limit, of what they're willing to pay. That's crazy. That's crazy expensive. That's per month, man. That's wild. Obviously, everyone's going to have their own threshold, though. Kevidonis says, my name here is the same on Discord. Send invite. We'll work together. Absolutely, yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys come up with for Queen there. Let's catch up on some more chat before we go on here. Blimpy says, I would hope cost of more plots reduce per plot. Maybe. Yeah, maybe they'll do like bundles of, hey, you know, if you have 10 plots, it's 20% off or something. I don't know. Kev says, I have 20 plots. Salty Veteran says, I have 36 plots currently. Gore Force says, it should be $2.50 to $5 per plot, so that it's $20 for 4 plots. Even then, I think that, you know, it's hard to justify $20 a month over $15 a month when you consider content that you get from other games that have subscription models. But I think that would be, if they go too high, if they go more than that, Gore, it's gonna be insane. Kev says, drooling. I'm a retired veteran too, Salty. Kev is saying. UTB says, UO's was $10 a month per account with a limit of 5 houses per character. Equal to the houses over 25 years ago. Still works today with the IDOC system. Salty says $200. Yeah, that'd be, so that's what you're willing to pay then, is $200 per month to maintain land. But here's the thing too. If you have all those plots and you have $200, you're paying $200 per plot or $200 per month for that. What happens when maybe your interest in the game dips a little bit? And you're gonna have to keep paying that $200 per month, even though maybe you were not playing the game for this month. Otherwise, your plots will lapse and your land will start to decay and all your builds will go away. All your buildings will be destroyed. So it's going to force you to upkeep it, where private servers could alleviate that. Kev says, at Osric, can we go first, please, when building? Maven Moon says, Salty's got plans. Carmack, how's it going? Welcome into the stream. It says, at Salty Veteran, did you buy that many Founders Packs? He would have had to, yeah, because that's the only way to get that many plots. You have to buy Founders Packs. Most you can get is up to 4. Salty says, at Carmack, I did. I like building. Fedril says, $50 per month will most likely be my threshold. And that's really interesting to see, because with any other game out there, the average person does not have a threshold of $50 or $200 per month. And that most people don't even have that much expendable cash. And that brings me to another point. That's why I'm kind of against this being too expensive, because it's going to be a threshold for players that are in more financially less stable positions, who also want to be able to, who deserve to be able to unwind and enjoy a video game as well. And I'm not saying that everything just needs to be free, but like, you know, the recurring monthly cost is going to be a big dampener on how many plots will be in the world. But it's interesting to see that the thresholds are quite high for certain people who do enjoy building. Carmack says, that's mad, dedicated to the game. Kevadonis says, at Osric, can we please... Oh, I already read that one. Hold on, let me scroll down here. Bean says they should make it $20 a month and a one-time fee per plot that you keep forever and it's attached to your account. That would be interesting, but I think that would cause there to be a massive amount of plots, because a lot more people will be willing to do a one-time fee of, like, let's say you pay $20 a month, you buy the game for $100, you have 4 plots. Then you pay $20 per month and you can purchase more plots and they cost $20 a piece or $15 a piece. I think that's an easier sell. A lot of people would buy hundreds of plots and there would just be massive inflation over time of tons and tons of plots. So I don't know if that's the best option, but it definitely is an option to be considered. Salty Veteran says, that's like a Hulu live sub and a night at the bar. So I rationalize it as I could be drinking or getting permanent enjoyment from it. Yeah, I mean, I guess it comes down to, again, people, your own personal value of what you're getting for your money and your time investment. That's what it always comes down to. And that's why the thresholds are going to be all over the place. Kev says, agreed. UTB says, you offer a sell-to system to hand off those payments to other players, in my opinion. Gorefor says, I agree. If it's higher than that, it'll be super hard to enjoy building. Maven Moon says, what about different size plots at different costs? That'd be interesting. I think having a clan-based plot system where, let's say, Order of the Blood Brothers, 250 members, we have this massive chunk of land or something that has a more fleshed out permission system that can be cut up to rent out spots to other people or members and stuff. And then based on how much each member could then choose, let's say, okay, it's going to be $300, $400 for the clan to maintain this giant chunk of land. But Maven's contributing 20, 30 bucks a month. Fadril is contributing 50 bucks a month. I'm contributing 100 bucks a month because I'm the clan leader, and other clan members are, maybe they can only afford $2.50 or $5 a month. It would allow us to have a giant clan plot. It's a very interesting idea, and it's theorycraft, and let's be honest, it probably won't be implemented anything like that, but I like to come up with unique ideas like that and unique solutions to things. EOTB says my UO days was 5 accounts at $10 a month each. That's 50 bucks a month for 6 years. And then I started giving away homes when I left and stopped playing. Fadril says, please understand, for me, $50 a month is my overall threshold, not per plot, but overall monthly sub. Yes, absolutely. No, I understood that for sure, Fadril. I got you. Blimpy says, yeah, it is a tough one. I have the 4 plots, but I might not be able to afford all 4 plots. We'll see. Per month. Yeah, exactly. And I think that a lot of people will be in that situation as well. Goreforce says if they want to be greedy, they'll make a token that is limited to a cap of how many plots on a server and then turn them into a meta currency similar to Plex. It would make real estate. That would be really interesting. I don't think they're going to go with that model, just given that what they've talked about before, but that would be very interesting, actually. I want to look more into that, actually, Gore. That sounds quite interesting. HTB says, but I'm a cheap bastard, penny pincher, and digital assets are not taxed in the USA today. When it does, you will see a huge drop in cost to ownership. Carmack says, I think $25 for 4 plots would be a good price. Fizzy, how's it going? Fizzy Gaming, welcome in, brother. He says, I probably won't pay over $15 a month. If it is higher, may have to go back to WoW. It's interesting to see the wide threshold of what people are willing to pay. Let's see. Fadril says, however, I'd like the circle plots to go away and have square rectangle. They did talk, Fadril, about getting rid of those little squares that show up in the middle of, plots and stuff. John, how's it going? John says $15 a month. That's your threshold, I take it, John, in terms of what you're willing to pay per month per plot, or your threshold overall. So if they're $5, you'd have 3 plots, or if they're $15 for 1 plot, you'd have 1, I take it. Blimpy says maybe they could give a discount to those who supported the game earlier with the 4 plot package. Maybe they could do that. Emerald says, I think it depends on the size of the plot. Tier 2 furnaces are huge and take up a ton of space. And I do think that that's where some people were talking about it being kind of pay to win, because the more land you could have, the more you could produce. I do think that with a single plot, you can become extremely efficient, but you're maybe not going to be able to have something that looks beautiful or as beautiful as it could then if you were able to be a little more sprawling. Cat Died says, I think 2.5, so $2.50 per plot is reasonable. You need at least 4 plots to have a good single player experience, and $10 per month is $10 per month is reasonable. John says $15 for 1 plot. I'd have 0. Oh, okay. I got you. I see. So you're saying $15 is your total cap of what you're willing to pay. So hopefully they're at like $2.50 or $5, so you can have 3, 4, 5 plots. That'd be pretty decent for you then there. Let's continue through their article now that we've caught up with that chat. They say, we've been regularly adding new pieces to the game and plan to expand the build sets to give even more options to our master builders. Yes, the highly expected limestone should be a part of verse 3. Okay, so there we go. Then we got the answer to if limestone should be a part of verse 3. I don't really necessarily agree that they've been constantly or regularly adding new pieces to the game. I think we got like 2 influxes of new build pieces, and we just got another one recently. But they've been like really tiny pieces. So I guess maybe that's where they're getting regularly from over their last 3 big updates. They did give us little pieces like, the grapevines and new archways was one of them. So yeah, they're giving us some new pieces, but probably not on the scale that people would like to see. But it is nice to know that limestone should be coming with verse 3. That said, the freeform nature of our building system comes with a number of challenges, notably on the performance side. Yes, this is a big one, really, guys. This is huge. The valleys with the most spectacular creations tend to be the hardest on frame rate, and that's absolutely true. And performance has been all over the place as they've been going through the iterations of the Unreal Engine builds. I've noticed that. So one day I can log in, I'll have over 100 frames, and then I'll log in the next day and it'll be 10 frames. It's really quite crazy to say the least. They need to really dial in. Ange, I don't know what your rig is, but how have you been dealing with the performance? Has it been ebb and flowing for you as well? What's your performance been like as of late?
It's hit or miss on where I'm at, obviously. Yeah. So if it's highly populated, not so well because of, again, the plants, depending on what's there. But at other areas, it does really well. Like the other day when I logged in Bloodhaven, it surprisingly it performed outstanding. But then when, traveling other areas, it just kind of plummets randomly. So it has its moments, definitely.
And it's interesting that you say the other day in Bloodhaven you had good frames, because the other day in Bloodhaven I had terrible frames. It seems so all over the place. There's not a lot of consistency to it. And I think that that's part of early access and getting that refined and dialed in. So I'm not going to be too hard on them on that. We have to remember that they're using early access as a beta. Whether you agree with that or not, they've stated that early access to them is beta. So we're technically in a beta phase. We're out of alpha, we're into beta. Normally after beta would come early access, but they're using early access as beta. So regardless of if you agree with it or not, that's what is actually happening. And we have to give them a little bit of leeway because it's not a fully developed game. So I think optimization will come, and it has to come. And if it doesn't come, it's going to also restrict people's ability to play the game, because not everyone has the best computers. We have a bunch more chat coming through now. We have Goreforce saying, yeah, I would not sub if it's above $5 per plot. I also don't want it to have a cap, but I also advise for the freemium model, or you advocate for the freemium model, because there are players that aren't builders. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think if you're joining a clan and you already have access to like a sublet on one of my plots or something, I think that could be a cool way to actually drive in-character stuff as well. So think of it like this. I own 100 plots. I'm a whale in the game, and I just want to push real estate, and I want to use that to better myself in game, right? And this could be considered pay to win to some people, but think about it like this. I can then sublet out all of those plots to clan members or something. You guys don't have to pay anything. You get to play for free. And in turn, you're producing something for the clan. You're, making something, you're working on a skill or a trade, or you're collecting resources to pay whatever we decide your rent should be. Maybe it's gold, maybe it's grace, maybe it's, insert anything here, items. I think that could then become a way of subletting and offsetting the cost for people who maybe otherwise would not be able to afford to be able to play PAX Day and pay a subscription. But that is an interesting take on it, though, Goreforce. I think that could be interesting. Yeah, you could trade for real estate. UTB says build item could count based on using items. I do think that plots need a build limit, like a number of plot limit, or how many pieces can interact or intersect with each other, because I think that's where a lot of lag comes from. Let's see here. About Shaw, how's it going? Welcome into the stream. He says, leave the devs to it. They're doing a great job. I think on some spots they're doing a great job, and I think in other spots people would argue there's some shortcomings and stuff, or some things that are underdeveloped for the size of the studio they are and the amount of money they have. Ultimately, I'm happy getting content added into the game. There's been a lot of talk. I've done a lot of these PaxCasts and interacted with absolutely massive amount of people in the PAX Day community. And one of the biggest things that I think is a downside that people have mentioned a lot is transparency and rate of development, considering how deep their pockets are and how big their development team is. But honestly, I think the things that we have gotten have been polished. So to their regard, like sitting, they held off on giving us sitting for a while, but we did get sitting now, and it seems pretty polished. It's pretty decent, honestly. And maybe if we would have got it earlier, it would have not been as polished. I think that ultimately getting it into our hands earlier is better, because then we can help find those issues. Maybe it's not perfect. It doesn't need to be perfect at first. We are the testers. Let us test. But yeah, overall, we're getting content. It's slow for some people. John says, I guess I shouldn't be too cheap. For a $39.99 game cost, I have 1,300 hours, so that's about 0.03 cents an hour. Goreforce says it's alpha because it's missing pillars. Beta means that it's feature complete. It just needs to squash bugs. Well, I'm just telling you what they said. I would agree with you on the development cycle and the traditional use of early access, beta, and alpha, and all of that stuff, and even before alpha. But I'm just going based on what they've said. They have said, the developers have spoken and said that they're using the early access as a beta. That's what they've said. So I agree with you though that alpha or beta means feature complete, or at least the main features that are there for what they consider to be the base game are complete, and that's why games like Star Citizen are in alpha still, because they're not feature complete. Let's see here. Carmack says, Agorforce 100%. That's how they're going to do it. Subscription for a plot, but you only need to buy the game with no sub and no plot. They haven't really been concise on that. So, I mean, I can't confirm that and say that they have confirmed that 100%. That would make sense in terms of a model, but I don't think they've come out and said that 100%. So I can't fully endorse it until they actually say it, but it would make sense, right? Jackson, how's it going? Jackson, welcome into the stream, buddy. Jackson says, I feel it would be neat to travel with no plot. It will be nice when they set up the permissions for you to have personal access so you could store items while you are staying at an inn. Yes, I think that being able to sublet. I talked a while ago, months ago, about a Minecraft mod that I had where you could build a city and you could claim that city based on X amount of resources and stuff, or people or power through a faction system. And then you could make an inn and you could target each corner of the room. And then you put a sign on the outside of the door. People could click on the sign and it would charge them X amount. It would tell them what the fee was per X amount of time. And then that room or that building or that space of land or that plot of land then becomes theirs. They can build on it. They can set permissions for it. They can do everything. You ultimately own it, but you're subleasing it. And I think that'd be a really cool feature to have in PAX Day if they could somehow make that come to fruition.
I
go ahead.
Thought.
What do you got?
Okay, so now that Jackson has said that, it made my wheels start turning. Do you think that that's why they want to put storage and building stations at the starting areas?
Maybe they're starting to get the infrastructure in place for that. Yeah.
Well, maybe people won't be able to afford plots, so they're like, "Well, we'll take care of you right in the beginning."
Yeah, that is a really good point. And maybe they're planning on giving us permissions where we can restrict people from using our building stations and stuff, our crafting stations, and that's why we need them at the main spawn. That's a really good point. That's actually a really, really, really good point. Jackson says that would be an awesome feature. Yeah, I would really look forward to that because I know several people, they really love running an inn and giving us, again, my main gripe with PAX Day has been that we just don't have the core features of a lot of things. We don't have the proper loot. We don't have proper permissions. We don't have proper systems that make an MMO fully yet. And I know they're working on those and they'll come when they come, but that's been my biggest gripe, honestly. So having systems like that to allow people to have those sublet properties and stuff would be really, really cool in my opinion. About Shaw says the game is great. They just need to peg some lore to the lands that will. Do you have more to say on that? That will what? I think the game has a lot of potential for sure. Absolutely. If you've tuned in to any of my previous PaxCasts or any of my countless hundreds and thousands of hours that I've put into not only managing a community and a clan, but streaming as well, the first 30 days of PAX Day and so on. I mean, we have had so much fun in the game. I have over 2,000 hours now, if you consider the alpha and stuffs, and countless hours outside of that managing 250 person clan, 400 plus person community. It's insane to think the amount of time that this has given us entertainment for sure. And I know it's kind of a low right now. People aren't really super into feeling the desire to log in currently, but we've gotten a lot of value out of it for sure. Let's see what else they go on to say here about building. They say, we've already rolled out a number of performance improvements. It was one of the underlying reasons for our recent shift to Unreal Engine 5.4, which again, I saw a massive performance decrease from that, and more in the works, they say. Finally, we still have to tackle the ghost town syndrome. Now, I think this is a big problem. I've noticed that there are really big cities that ultimately just lay dormant. I mean, I think it's a really big problem when you're getting into the game right now and you're trying to go around and explore and you're trying to have fun in a game where there's just not a lot of people. There's not a lot to interact with. Now, in some places, there are the diehard holdouts and stuff, but I think that ultimately they need to tackle the ghost town syndrome. And they say it right here. I mean, they say, finally, we have to tackle the ghost town syndrome. When the world gradually fills up with homes of inactive players, work on a more robust system to clean up old plots of inactive players has started. More details will come soon. Ange, how do you feel about the whole ghost town issue?
I mean, it reaffirms the reality of the situation, right? That there's not much going on in the game right now, unfortunately. We're lacking more content. And because of that, now we have ghost towns. You know, they did address that at some point they are going to start, cleaning up plots, but they touched on it for 20 seconds and then never came back to it. And that was, a couple weeks ago now, I want to say.
And I think one of the main problems too is, like, you're talking about plot cleanups and they're talking about plot cleanups, but I don't think that's even the biggest issue. I think the biggest issue is causing the longevity of the game to flourish to where it's not just build a giant city, play for a while, and then everyone else who comes after you just runs through empty cities that have literally 0 people online. I mean, it's a big problem. And I even during prime times, you can go to big flourishing cities that had tons of people in their streets, and it's just not the same experience for new players. And that's why I have a hard time recommending getting into PAX Day as it currently is right now. I mean, hell, I don't even really play PAX Day that much right now. I keep up with I do a lot of role play still. We still interact with people. I still get on to help our new members and stuff be able to get materials they need and engage with new people and things like that. But it's a big drought. And I mean, I think content and the core systems, giving us the core systems to enable us to be able to fully immerse ourselves in the world for a much longer time is going to be key. I mean, just a couple days ago, there was like a 300 player cap during a 7 p.m. on a 7 p.m. in the evening, which is prime time for people to be playing video games and stuff. So it's very interesting to see that they're addressing the ghost town syndrome as being just empty plots, but I don't think the empty plots are the problem. I think it's like the empty cities. It's not really like you don't have to just getting rid of the plots and getting rid of the cities. That doesn't really fix the issue, because now it's just people just don't have things to look at, Now it's like there's just nothing for them to go around and see. I'd rather there be empty cities than no cities, to be honest. I mean, they become lag fests for people who are trying to just travel through some areas, but I don't think we're like at the point where we're at plot limits. I mean, obviously there may be some good real estate that someone will want or something like that, but ultimately the main issue is that there's just not a lot of people playing the game, and that's what's causing that ghost town syndrome. It's not the fact that there's just plots that need to be cleaned up. It's the fact that we need to have reasons to stay in those plots, Right. Maven says, yeah, a lot of playtime out of it so far, with a pending wipe even being discussed up to like 3 months out, does make me less inclined to log in for now. Exactly, and especially when they've said that this wipe will be more extensive they have confirmed that this wipe will be more extensive than the last one. The only thing I can take from that is, if we look at the last wipe, they wiped the world and all of our items went into a redeeming queue, and our characters remained, like with our skills and stuff. We just had to like rename them or remake them or whatever. But what would mean more extensive than that would mean something more than that being wiped. What more could they wipe? Now, that could mean a couple things. That could mean we're still going to have a redeeming queue, but they're going to wipe our characters. I don't know how that would work, because you'd still have the skills, or you'd still have the items, but you wouldn't have the skills, so you wouldn't be able to use a lot of the items and the materials. Or it could mean we're not going to get a redeeming queue, but we're going to keep our characters. So all of the items will be wiped, but our character skills will remain, and you got to go and regrind all the materials. But your skills will still be there, or it means a full wipe. That's the really only way and if I had to put money on it, I would think they're probably leaning towards a full wipe. I mean, let's be honest. The game is going to need a full wipe in order for us to fully test. We are testers. We need to fully test from the ground up the experience and the balance and the progression and the rate of everything. And I don't know how they can do that without doing a full wipe. John Longshore says, my issue is there is nobody playing, but yet plots are being built crazy fast. My little house is now surrounded by builds that I've never seen an owner. Well, and that's really the problem, honestly. It comes down to the lack of content and stuff. And, for people who have 2,000 hours in the game, sure, a wipe would bring us back, but they did say that they're not going to do wipes simply for the sake of a wipe. There has to be a reason. There has to be something new for us to test that would require us being reset. Queen says, yep, there's a cute village right next to me taking space, and I haven't seen anyone there. Yeah, and that's all over the place. Athena says, I think full wipe is coming, and so tons of playability. Athena says, hi, Lady Maven. Athena, really great to see you. Christopher, how's it going, buddy? Welcome into the stream, Christopher. Christopher says, when are we going to get market ledgers? I want to know exactly what I sold. I agree with you there, and they've talked about that in the past. I want to know what I sold, when I sold it, who I sold it to, how much it was for, how many of it they bought. I want to have analytics on that stuff 100%. Yeah, for sure. Maven says, I'm very excited to see what they will have in the works, however. Let's see some more chat here. ELTB says, one of the best things UO had was non-combat NPCs to interact with, both placeable and by players, and random by the triggered by, say, building areas, and lore added, so less empty, but load balance. I think it'd be pretty interesting. Christopher says, wiping skills would be the worst idea ever right now, especially on the newer servers. People haven't done anything but craft and build, no dungeons, etc. Wiping skills would push back that experience. I don't know. I mean, so many people are this way or that way with it. I appreciate your opinion, and I definitely can understand and resonate with it 100%. I foresee, if they don't do a full wipe, this is just my opinion, I foresee a lot of people like Black Pickle, myself, and all of the diehards who have been very, very invested in it will come back. People will place their plots, and they'll build up a big city. We'll role play for a while. We'll have some fun for a while. We'll check out a lot of the new stuff that was added into the game. And then because we have nothing left to earn or achieve, it will slowly turn back to exactly how it is right now. That's how I would see it going. So I don't know. Yeah, Christopher, I mean, it could go one way or the other. A lot of people say that they if they do a wipe, they're done with the game until launch. Wipes are a part of the development process. So, I mean, no matter what happens, I'm here for it. And hopefully they make the right decision, no matter what that may mean for the development process. If it's a full wipe, then if the full wipe's what we need, then a full wipe's what I hope for. If it's a partial wipe is what we need, then a partial wipe I hope for. But yeah, there's definitely strong feelings on both sides of that for sure. UTB says, the sweaty beard folks, self-included. God Silent Grace says, I'm so ready for a full wipe. I want to grind again. John says, I like to see recipes at crafting tables sorted alphabetically. There's no order from what I can tell. Fredrill says, bring on a full wipe, please. Yeah, and I think, honestly, let's do a poll. You know what? I want to give you guys a voice. Let's do it. We're going to do a poll. Let's do full wipe. Yes or no? Let's just hear it. Let's just see what people think about it. I mean, we got over 40 people in chat. Let's hear what you guys think in terms of, should we have a full wipe? Are you in favor of a full wipe? Are you, all things considered, would you be okay with a full wipe? It's completely up to you guys, honestly. They're going to do what they're going to do anyways, but I just want to hear from you, and I'd like to know your thoughts on what a wipe would mean for you, your community, your members, your players, all that good stuff. I want to know. We'll leave it up for a while, and we'll let everyone have a chance to vote on it, and then don't let me forget to close it out so we can get the results. Jackson says, I hope they bring back my great swords. Yeah, the Zweihanders. Fadril says, my vote counts as 50. Wink. Saw says, give me the wipe. UTB says, more Ange and wipe baby. John says, if not a full wipe, at least a bid it. A what? A bid it? Yeah, I think some people are on one side or the other when it comes to a wipe. We'll see here. We'll let people voice their opinion through that. Let's continue through their notes here. Building bridges between players. At the heart of any MMO lies the simple truth. Connection fuels the experience. That's why PAX Day was among the first games to integrate the new Discord social SDK. Again, I don't think that is what's bringing people together. We're already on Discord. Hell, me and Andrew are on Discord right now, so you could see us in the top right corner of the stream. Like, I don't think integrating Discord into the game really added much value. That's just me. I mean, it's an interesting thing. If they flesh it out and give us proximity chat, cool. I also think it can take away from some of the roleplay stuff because people could see who you are then and just know, oh, this alt belongs to this person. I don't know. It just seems a little gimmicky in my opinion. We have Discord out of game. I don't really know why we need Discord in game. I think development time and effort could be best put elsewhere, but it's cool to see. It's an interesting feature. We'll see what comes from it in the future. But they're saying that brings seamless text chat, friends list, voice chat, and more into the game. I disagree. I really don't think that it brings seamless text chat into the game. You don't need that to have friends lists. So that's not Discord social SDK is not the reason why we have friends lists. I fully think that you could have friends lists without that. I mean, look at how many other games do friends lists and they don't have Discord integration. Voice chat, yeah, it is being fueled by it, but we don't have proximity chat. So I don't know. It's a mixed bag for me, in my opinion. Our goal is to make it easier for players to communicate, coordinate, and share adventures, whether they're crafting in a village or battling side by side. And because connection also means speaking your language, PAX Day is now available in German and French, with Polish and Spanish coming soon. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit ago. I mean, I agree that, you know, gaming in general should be about bringing people together. That's why I run the Cheeky Buggers United. That's why my vision with the Order of the Blood Brothers has been the way it is, for the free and innocent people to be their protectors and to bring your future brothers and sisters together under a banner where we can truly be ourselves and contribute to something bigger than ourselves and just have a place to call home. Bringing people together is what I pride myself on. It's what I try to do to the best of my ability. I love to bring people together regardless of background or real life religion or race or anything like that. It doesn't matter to me. If you're going to be a good faith person, you're going to come together and you're going to be a team player and you're going to, fit in and bring unique experiences to a space. We love all of that. We absolutely love all that. And we don't need a Discord social SDK to make that happen. And honestly, we don't need any particular game to make that happen. Now, I will say that PAX Day has been the catalyst for a lot of hundreds and hundreds of people coming my way and coming our way to build a wonderful community, for sure. Outside of certain communities, there have been bad faith actors that have tried to damage that as well. So, I mean, you're going to take the good with the bad, obviously, but PAX Day has been pretty good at bringing people together. That is absolutely for sure. But I don't think the Discord social SDK is going to be anything super crazy in terms of, oh, now we're bringing seamless text chat into the game. You had text chat before it, honestly. I don't need to see my private messages popping up on stream because I can't filter them out. Now, granted, that's probably a bug, and maybe I'm being a little too harsh on that, but I feel like there's a lot more that could be done in terms of the proximity voice chat and stuff like that in order to really, truly give us the features that we need in order to enjoy full-fledged MMO. And there's a lot of other systems that demand a lot more development time than a Discord social SDK. But that's just my opinion. Let me know what you guys think about that as well. Let's catch up on a little bit of chat here. Queen says, my community is me and I want a wipe. I need those unused plots gone. I hear you. Yeah, 100% hear you. If you ever want to hang out or have some role play or anything like that, if you're looking for role play, you can obviously always come down to Bloodhaven and hang out with us. We got a lot of stuff going on all the time. It's always a bunch of fun to host events and things like that and just have off the cuff RP. We have a bunch of infrastructure on our Discord as well to fuel that. Within character letters can be sent, and where you can use the bounty board to put up not events really per se, but like quests and things like that. But yeah, I hear you, Queen, how you want the wipes so you can get rid of those unused plots. Let's see here. Let's catch up on some more chat. Blimpy says, Void's secret is brisket. Man, I'm starving. What time is it? It's 5:30. It's 5:30. We've been streaming for almost 3 hours, guys, but there's still so much more to go over. We're probably like halfway through. No, I'm not going to say that. We'll pick it up when we get to the Osric interview, but we still do have a lot to get through. If I start to miss some chat, guys, it's because I'm going through the stuff on the post a little bit faster here. Closing the loop they talk about here. So let's see what they say in terms of closing the loop. As player-driven social sandbox MMO, the heart of PAX Day is very much in its economy, thriving not through scripted content, but by fostering meaningful social interactions, trade, and competition. And I think that's how it should be. I think that's how it actually should be. I don't think that it's how it is right now. I think the trade falls way short of what it could be. I think there's a lot of really interesting things that could be implemented into the game, such as player-driven auction houses, being able to trade directly to another player and not have to use a chest, market stalls not being browsable by the latest feature they added, because I think that takes away from player interactions. Right now, if you can just open up an inventory or a menu and just browse everything that's in a home valley, you don't have a need to go into a town even. Honestly, it really makes it to where people aren't being pulled together as much. And while I can understand that it's a nice quality of life feature, I think that it has implications on the gameplay that are not great in my opinion. They say if we take a bird's eye view, PAX Day relies on one core engagement loop: harvest, create, destroy, a cycle that empowers players to shape the world of PAX Day. Harvest covers actions like cutting wood, mining, hunting, and farming PvE enemies for gold and loot. Create encompasses crafting and building systems. While much more remains, these two parts of the loop are now firmly in place. Yeah, I think that obviously they're still going to need to be fleshed out a lot more, but those are, out of the three, they are the ones that are most firmly in place for sure. They say for the game economy to become self-sustaining on a larger scale, to truly close the loop, we now need to offer players meaningful ways to spend what they earn. In other words, there must be systems that allow players to be allow value to be removed from the economy, balancing what's gained through harvesting and crafting. By value, we mean your gear, gold, and grace. Don't worry, your plots remain safe and will continue to be protected under the PAX Day. From that perspective, Market Square added two crucial components to the game. Market stalls and the gold economy allow player-to-player trading, player-to-stall trading, I think would be more accurate if I was going to be generous. I think player-to-stall trading. Player-to-player trading is not really true. I cannot go up to another player and trade with them. I think we need that. Gore4 says, I like the browse feature, and I know a lot of people do. And that's why I'm like, it is what it is. I'm not going to use it because I like the immersion of going to someone's stalls and actually browsing what they have available. I feel like that, because I'm coming from a roleplay standpoint. So from a roleplay standpoint, I like to go to your stalls. It brings people into your town. It makes your town come to life. It's more immersive and natural and causes emergent gameplay because now it's bringing people together and they can have that emergent gameplay interaction of roleplay, or even just if you're not on a roleplay server, even just seeing other people. That's my take on it, but I definitely understand that people like that quality of life feature. So for me, I can opt out by just simply not using it. Unfortunately, it means that less people come through town though, which is a downside, but hey, I'm all for you having that quality of life feature for people who want to use it. Marshlow Gaming, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. He says, I'll say the more plots you have, the less it costs. That would hopefully be nice. But we'll see what they actually do with that going forward. Queen says, I actually did sneak in there once. I got myself properly lost. Your city is big. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of people there, so it's very, very expansive. There is like a downtown center where a lot of stuff revolves around, but yeah, you don't have to sneak in there. You're always welcome. Bloodhaven is a refuge for all. Every free and innocent person of the world can come and have sanctuary here in Bloodhaven. You don't have to sneak around. You're welcome to come there whenever you like. Christopher says, if they do a wipe, did they give an estimate date on when that would happen? They kind of did, and we're going to go over the FAQ, the quote-unquote FAQ that Osric did over on Discord. I mean, when's the end of... When is this going to come by, this next update, Ange? What's the date?
June 20th is last day of spring.
Yeah, so June 20th is last day of spring. So according to their roadmap, we should hopefully be getting it by then. And I would assume the wipe is coming with that. It's not set in stone yet, though. It hasn't been like they haven't come out and just said, hey, here's a wipe. This is what's being wiped and this is when it's happening. But that's the problem, Christopher, is Osric alluded to the fact that People may not want to be hoarding a bunch of materials right now. And I don't know what, you could take that for what it is, but I take that as more is going to be wiped and they don't want people to waste their time. So I think a lot of people, I think the player counts may dwindle a lot over the next 3 months as people don't want to put their time and effort into something that's just going to disappear when the next update comes out. So I think it's a double-edged sword for them, to be honest. Let's continue through here. They say, by spending grace, players can now have access to effects that will help them progress in the game. I mean, yeah, but when you're already fully progressed, I guess the grace system is just being left underutilized. Again, we'll have to see with a full wipe what grace actually brings to the table. We've only added a few spells for now, and more are coming. This is one part of the game we want to give players ample opportunity to feel good about spending some of their value, or some of the value they have accumulated. Balancing the in-game economy will require more work, not only to make it more profound on the rewarding, but also to ensure it's sustainable long term. It's a reason we are focusing more on this part of the game loop in the coming months. So that's their recap of their vision on a lot of stuff. This is the juicy spot where we start to get into what's next. And this is still quite a big spot here, guys. So we still got a little bit to go through. They say our next major update, verse 3, name is still to be decided, will mark a significant step forward for PAX Day. With it, you'll experience a world that feels more rewarding and more strategic. We're making some changes to the combat system by adding several new spells and new characteristics to gear, which we talked about again when we went over the roadmap. With it, you'll experience a world that feels more rewarding and more strategic. We're making some changes to the combat system by adding... I already read that part. Hold on, let's see. I think I skipped a spot. Yeah, I jumped around here. My dyslexia got the best of me. We're adding new weapon types, a new weapon type, staves, which will be dedicated to healing spells. And again, we talked about that at the beginning, guys, where we talked about what that could potentially mean and how the gear is going to be changing and stuff. Additionally, all melee weapons will have 3 distinct abilities for further differentiate their playstyle. These additions aim to create more dynamic combat experience, deepening the interplay between roles and offer more tactical options. I've been reading so much stuff, guys. I think this is going to be great, honestly. I think how we talked about the combat before, having these new play styles, really letting people lean into a certain type of play is going to be really big for the game going forward. And I think deepening the interplay between these roles by having these healing staves and tanks having their own roles as well, I think that's going to be great for the game. I'm really looking forward to that. Let's see, what else do they say here? Whether you prefer the more brute force of melee, the steadfastness of a tank, or the supportive role of a healer, you'll find more ways to customize your build. Again, leaning into that holy trinity. Tank, healer, DPS, they're really leaning into that a little more, and I'm okay with that. I'm an advocate for that. I think it's a good system, and I think it works. Naturally, these combat updates will impact the crafting system, particularly tailoring, leatherworking, and blacksmithing. We're refining onboarding dependencies and progress pacing. We aim to simplify the early game with more intuitive crafting chains, meaningful low-tier items, easier access to spells, and reduced cross-platform dependencies in the first levels. Yeah, that's a big thing. Like, for potion making, you rely heavily on blacksmiths to make the glass vials for you. Without those glass vials, well, you're at a standstill, honestly. And especially as you go up, those vials become more expensive and more resource intense, and you need a higher skill. John says, I like stopping at Crafty Badger Dollar General, but it does ruin my immersion. Yeah. Athena says, I have not used the market browse yet, maybe later. Queen says, you actually saw me when I was there, but I don't think you knew it was me. Oh, maybe. Maybe. John says, on the other hand, being surrounded by 12 Best Western hotels ruins my immersion also. I mean, but in the medieval setting, there would be a lot of inns and taverns and things like that. Let's see what else they go on to say here. We're also adjusting the balance and emphasis to emphasize gathering over extended crafting sessions. Another major component of verse 3 is a world revamp, and I think this is the big one, which we showed that map of what a home valley is going to look like after these changes. We aim to increase player density and interaction by adding more heartlands per province and slightly reducing the overall size of the wildlands. While resource locations will shift, biome gathering rules will remain consistent. So things will still be found in the same biomes that they have been found in, but they're all going to be moved around and shift around. Hopefully with that world revamp, they automatically just wipe all of our map nodes. Otherwise, you're going to have to take the time to go through and delete however many map. I have like over 100 map nodes added on. So hopefully they just remove all those. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go through and delete all of my resource map nodes. This is a big one here. Again, additionally, a fast travel miracle will be introduced, reshaping how players traverse the world and improving the global economy. Now, honestly, I think fast travel takes away something from a game. I understand the need for it. I mean, hell, it's in Skyrim, although I didn't really use it in Skyrim. I preferred to actually go my mount. At times, I would rely on it, for sure, at times. I can see how it can be useful. Again, it's one of those quality of life features that take it or leave it. You don't have to use it. But I'd like to see mounts. I'd like to see other ways for us to get around the world naturally and organically besides just, well, I'm going to teleport here and teleport there and teleport all over the place. Although it is a nice feature, though, because right now, as it is, it takes a long time to get places and it makes it hard to connect with other communities and things like that. Let's see, what else do they say here? The revamped world will also feature improved starting areas. Petra Day will offer limited storage for all players, including pre-placed entry-level public crafting stations, making the onboarding experience smoother and more accessible to newcomers. Looking further ahead, later this year, we'll be expanding PvP in meaningful ways. Again, hashtag soon TM. We don't know when, just later this year. PvP will play a key role in keeping PAX Day's economy vibrant and dynamic. Now, this is something that is going to be pretty divisive in communities. I am not opposed to there being exclusive resources in PvP. I'm not opposed to that. Early on, a lot of people, I think, got the impression that there were not going to be exclusively harvestable things that were going to be in PvP based on what people were saying and some of the things that they had said. And I'm okay with visions changing. I don't have a problem with that. Again, transparency is key, though, in all of that. I think a lot of people, I think some people are going to have a problem with this, and I don't know how it's going to change the view of the game from the player base going forward. Central to this evolution is reimagined Lioness, a larger, high stakes PvP zone with risk and reward, where risk and reward go hand in hand. Now, right now, risk rewards still go hand in hand in PvP. I think a lot of people avoid PvP, though, because of the harshness of the full loot PvP system. People either aren't engaging in PvP because they can get the resources elsewhere, or they're going in naked, and it just makes for a bland PvP experience. We've only had, we've probably had the most big PvP encounters, and there really haven't been that many of them, but it can end up feeling bland because people aren't bringing their magic gear. So the reward you get for killing them is really nothing at the end of the day anyways. And it makes for combat to be very bland because they're not using magic spells because they're not bringing those magic spells. They're just bringing their jack of plate and stuff like that. They're bringing mid-tier stuff. And I feel like if they could walk back the whole full loot PvP and maybe give us some other options or some other ways to, they did talk earlier on about you being able to scale your risk reward investment. I don't know. It's hard to say because we don't know what the future is going to bring. With the knights and the baronies and with the church system and all these other things that are going to be implemented into the game, it could drastically change my view on all of this. But as it stands right now, PvP is not the strongest suit of the game. It's more so abused by some bad faith actors where they'll have alts positioned at gates where they can spy on you and using meta information and things like that and spying on discords to find out when you're going to be going on patrols and places. And just a lot of things that really ruin my immersion and take me out of the roleplay experience that I think are ultimately bad, and which is another reason for private servers. But hopefully they can expand upon it in a meaningful way going forward. Let me know what you guys think about your PvP experiences. Let me know if you don't have any PvP experiences other than going out and Nike mining. But I feel like I'm coming from a very good podium here to be able to talk about my opinions on PvP, being a big clan who has engaged in a plethora of PvP all across the spectrum. Let's see, catch up on a little more chat here. UTB says, it's a GOL. I need to log off and get to a safe place for a real life thing. Fast travel. Oh yeah, it's a quality of life thing for the fast travel you're talking about. Yeah, a time saver. Absolutely. I could see that for sure. I mean, we kind of have that already with the teleport home to the Petra Day. So there is that. Let's see what else they say about PvP here. Players will battle for control of valuable, exclusive resources, but success won't come easily. Coordination, strategy, and bold action will be essential to claim key locations like what we currently call the trade towns. Now, I don't really know what this means. They have not really talked too much about this. I'm intrigued though. We're also planning to introduce new customization options, including cloth dye system that gives crafters greater crafting freedom. Mainframe, please give us a maker's mark. People would love to leave their mark in the world in more ways than one, and I think that giving us a maker's mark where you could stamp your gear with either your clan logo or your clan name or made by insert crafter here, I think that is fantastic, honestly. And it's a small thing, but when you go to sell stuff, you can see who's reselling other crafters' things. You can track down who's the ultimate person who's actually bringing this stuff to market. I think that would go a long way. It's a small thing, but let us get our names on our stuff, man. A little maker's mark, a little emblem that we can etch into it or something like that. I think that'd go a long way. And alongside this, we expect quality of life improvements. And if all goes well, mounts can finally make their way into the game. Now, this is the part that's controversial because they say that here, if all goes well, mounts can finally make their way into the game. But we had confirmation that mounts at one point, not that long ago, weren't even being worked on. So I'm not too sure. I want mounts. I want them as fast as possible. But who knows when we'll actually be getting that. UTB says quantity amounts versus limiting only to an area makes it fair, so those who don't PvP can still progress. I agree 100% with that. Yeah, like the steel is much more abundant in PvP, but you could still get it elsewhere. Or maybe it's not as rich or as pure. Maybe it has less yields. I'm okay with all of that stuff. A lot of people are going to have issues with there being exclusive resources that, let's face it, if let's say we're like dominating the PvP zone, we control the entire spice trade, so to speak, and there's nothing you can do about it other than, well, you got to buy the stuff from us. We can extort people. And I get it. That's like part of the whole social dynamic, but I know a lot of people are going to have issues with that. So it's going to be interesting to see. Let's end this poll currently that we have. And let's see how this voting went. Full wipe, yes or no? We have 96% of 29 votes of people saying yes, they would like a full wipe, and 3% say no. And that's where that line in the sand is going to come. I know some people aren't going to like it, and some people are going to like it. So it's interesting to see, though. Thank you to everyone who voted on that. Let's do another poll. A lot of polls this go around. I want to do one for PvP. Let's go exclusive things from PvP, yes or no? I want to hear your guys' opinion on that. Do you think that there should be some exclusive things that can be earned from PvP that, granted, you could trade for them? Or would you like to continue to have things be harvestable outside of the PvP zone, making them accessible more easily to everybody? I think that this is going to be a hot topic for a lot of people going forward. I think that ultimately we're going to have to wait and see what comes of it. But we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on this and chatting with everybody in the future on future episodes of PaxCast and over on our community Discord server to find out how you guys feel about this going forward as well. But Ange, what is your take on exclusive resources in PvP and the whole PvP scene in general?
Okay, so I love PvP, right? But my concern, and I love the idea of exclusive things in PvP because you're getting rewarded for the risk that you're taking. But my concern is when I think about the people who don't like PvP, they don't like interacting with it, they don't like dealing with it.
Right.
I worry about them and how they're going to handle the fact that they can't access whatever exclusive thing this is. And now I know everybody's going to say, well, the marketplace, you can go and get it on the marketplace. And I'm like, I get it. But that means that the people who go out there risk everything. Right now, we're pricing everything based on what we view as the value of that. So now I have to tell these PvE players, hey, well, I risked my neck. What did you risk? Nothing? Okay, well, hand over the money.
Right.
So I'm valuing this significantly higher than they might. And so now I just feel like that's going to leave the economy on an unbalanced, unplaying field. And so now people are being punished because they don't like PvP. It's just such a slippery slope there. PvE players who don't want to focus on PvP can go to dungeons or wherever to get gold to be able to afford it. But again, that's a significant amount of money, more I'm assuming, because obviously we don't know, but it could end up being a significant amount of money. And so it's kind of hard for me to be, oh, I love it, because I sit here and I think about the players who it could affect, and I feel sympathy for them.
Right. I mean, and this could be another place where private servers really shine through, to be honest. I know I keep harping on that because I love private servers, but this is another place where private servers really could allow us to have a PvE server, PvP server, full PvP everywhere. I mean, it lets you customize the experience to what you want. And ultimately, like Ange saying here, we want as many people as possible to be able to enjoy every single game the way that they want to enjoy it, right? And so for instance, in World of Warcraft, they have made clear separations between PvP and PvE. Now, obviously, you're going to have exclusive rewards for choosing to engage in like high-level Mythic Plus dungeons or raiding or PvP, such as in the terms of mounts that you can only get if you're a gladiator, and cosmetics and stuff that you can unlock, and that's your reward for engaging in that high level of PvP. But they're completely independent of each other through their gear score system. The gear that you earn for PvP is not really usable in PvE, and the PvE gear is not really usable in PvP. So they have a separation there. You can do both activities, but you're going to need like 2 sets of armor, and then you can choose at any given time what you want to engage in. I would hate to see a world where people, like Ange was saying, are feeling left out, or feeling like they're not going to progress as fast, or feeling like they just don't have the same pull in a world where they're not a PvPer. And they have made it abundantly clear that they do not intend on having, what do they call it? Like PvE, PvP servers. They do not intend on doing that at all. So it's going to remain how it's going to remain going forward. We can talk a lot more about this, guys. Make sure you get your votes in, because I'm really curious what the over 40 people are going to say about how they think PvP is going to end up. But it's definitely going to be a hot topic. It's going to be a very divisive topic, because some people are going to be adamantly like, no, I'm not going to PvP. And if I can't earn stuff, I'm not playing that game. Some people are going to say, yes, I love PvP and I want exclusives. Otherwise, I'm not going to play that game, because if I have no reward to show for my efforts, it's not worth it. There's going to be all kinds of stuff on both sides, but let's be respectful and, let's try and find some common ground so we can give our best opinions and some good insight to Mainframe to help shape the future of what PAX Day is going to be. And then they say, transitioning beyond early access, PAX Day is a live, evolving world, and we will continue to deliver meaningful updates as we expand the game. To sustain this, we'll soon share more details on our monetization plans designed to support server costs while ensuring fair value for players. We sincerely appreciate your ongoing support, and we remain committed to delivering an experience that empowers you to shape your own adventures in PAX Day. Thank you for being a part of this incredible journey. We can't wait to see what stories you create next, the Mainframe team. There you have it. That is the road ahead, the March 2025 update. Absolutely tons and tons and tons of information in there. I do want to be brief because we're pushing the 3.5 hour mark of this stream now. I need to get some food. I got to check on that pot roast. I got to stretch my legs. This has been a pretty long stream, reading. My eyes are kind of glazed over, but I do want to touch on. First, let's touch on the Clan Codex. Now, the Clan Codex is an interesting thing. They're spotlighting clans, but I find this coming at a very strange time. Times when clans really aren't even very active. One of the first clans here that was spotlit is the Kingdom of Ardennes, but they say first here that this marks the first entry in the Clan Codex. New series will shine light on many vibrant communities shaping the world of PAX Day. Each spotlight features a unique clan, its people, its purpose, and its place, and the place it aspires to within the game. The initial section is just the beginning. Our aim is to highlight a wide variety of clans across different regions, languages, sizes, and focuses. From builders to role players and adventurers and everything in between. If your clan wasn't featured this time, fret not. We keep every application on file, and there will be many more opportunities to be included in future editions. Want to see your clan featured in the Codex? Apply here. So this comes at a very interesting time where the game's not very active. I feel like it's kind of disingenuous to promote all three of these clans when most likely there's really not that many people really playing there. So the first one here, we have Arendor, the Kingdom of Ardennes, North America. They're actually on our server. They say their size is 50 to 100 members, although some footage that I had shown throughout this would kind of go against that a little bit there, but they have 300 plus in their Discord. They say I'm not on that Discord, so I'm not actually positive there. Their leader is Elric. Languages they speak are English and French, so they have the French language there. And they got a link to their Discord there. They have a little excerpt about their community. We have Linwood on the EU server, so it looks like they're trying to diversify and show off some from a lot of the different servers there. Artemis RP, so there's another RP community here. Fewer than 20 members. They have Zelef as their Elderman there. So there says Elderman. We have leader up here. You got Elderman here. Let's see. They're primarily French. Their focus is RP, collaborate with dungeon runs, Discord shared privately upon request. So you have to request, I don't know how you get in touch with them, but you have to request access if you're on that EU. Got to request that access to get in with them. We have another EU server here. So this is not a roleplay one. Elmdoodler. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce that. Forgive me if that's wrong. They're on the Bran Shard, and their Elderman is, how do you pronounce this? Tabuin. They have fewer than 20 members here. Their focus is crafting. They speak German, but the other languages are accepted. They say cooperative exploration, crafting, and light adventuring. Private Discord shared with members. There you go. You get another private Discord there, and there's little excerpts about those guys. So that's the clan Codex. It's a very interesting thing. It just comes at a very strange time for me, in my opinion. Honestly, I think that it's kind of strange to be promoting clans that most likely there's not a lot of people really engaged with. I feels like it's a little bit disingenuous, and some people are definitely going to feel some type of way if their clan is not put forward. I'm not sure what metrics they're going based off of and how they chose different clans and things like that in order to spotlight. But nevertheless, that's the clan Codex. You could check it out on their website as well. But that brings us over to the FAQ. Now, this is some of the really juicy stuff. We're going to be skimming through this here at the end to bring you guys some of the stuff that Osric has said over on the Discord. And you can see people popping in and out on here. All right. There's a little, whatever you call this thing, an index here, but we're just going to scroll right down to the meat and potatoes of it. And we're going to get right into all of this. So on the outset here, general combat. Now, this does not tell you the question that was asked. There are links, and I'll put this in chat for you guys real quick. For anybody who wants to pull this up and have a more extensive look at it, there you go. And this is going to be some pretty good information here. And these links will take you over to the Discord message. This is an excerpt of what the reply was to the message by Osric. So all these messages are from Osric, who was actually just here a little bit ago on the stream. So let's get into some of these. General combat. Entire rework regarding combat is a bit overselling it, perhaps. It gains an iteration towards a better combat, but don't expect it to be perfect yet. We are on an improved vector. We are not scraping any existing combat systems. The game will be recognizably the same, more abilities, more spells, but it's still PAX Day. And again, keep in mind, these are straight from Osric. These are quotes from him. So we have some fundamental issues with our PvE combat system that will need fixing next. Then we will improve the current group and solo gameplay experiences. When we are at a better state with that, we will consider new combat content. Can I turn this in dark mode or something? My eyes are like getting absolutely blasted here. I'm not sure how I could like tools, view maybe? Can I put this in dark mode? I don't think so. Oh well, it is what it is. Let's see what else they have to say here. What else does Osric say? That said, PAX Day is not a content treadmill game. We will not have infinite vertical progression. It's not a theme park. We will be focusing on sandbox systems and horizontal progression after the game is in a more finished state. Keyboard layout changes. PAX Day becomes more fun when you have more actions available. We are increasing the amount of actions and also making some of them available much easier earlier in the game. We want people to be using spells and not just spamming left click for 100 plus hours. Oh my gosh, that like resonates with me so much. I mean, I talk about this a lot. It's like, yeah, you're just left click, 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 click. I mean, first of all, let us just hold left click if I want to keep attacking. I don't want to break my mouse, please. Like I'd like to preserve my mouse as long as possible. But yeah, I mean, I think that this is really good stuff to see. And this is, again, straight from Osric, straight from a dev, talking over on Discord, messages, you can find the links to them so you can get more context if you want. But having buttons to push and having spells to enact is what makes gaming fun. You have more authority over the world around you. You have more input on things that are taking place around you. And I think that this is really great to see. There is a completely revisited keyboard layout coming with verse 3, and that will allow us to have 3 weapon abilities. Interesting. We are removing the modifier keys from the basic keyboard layout to help with accessibility. Interesting as well. Mouse wheel is going to be used for a couple of mandatory actions right now. Even those will be removed eventually. The reason we revised the keyboard layout was that we needed 3 bindings for melee abilities. I mean, I have a very big keyboard with, I don't know how many, over 100 keys, and my mouse has tons of buttons on it. Like, we got buttons. My keyboard has keys. You don't need to like go hunting for bindings. I mean, look at Star Citizen. There's like millions of bindings in that game. They use modifiers all the time. I understand, though, from an accessibility standpoint, that could be harder for some people with dexterity issues. He goes on to say, here I was giving you wrong information earlier. New spell inputs are 1, 2, 3, control, and new melee ability keys are QRF. Interesting, and they are rebindable. Okay, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, it's a PC game. You can rebind your keys. I got a whole keyboard here. One solution to this would be to reduce the amount of pickables, and have them yield more of the same resource that it brings. So I think they're talking about what they did with clay. Reduce the amount of nodes, but then make them give you more. I think that's an interesting take on it. Flax has been discussed recently. He says, we'll consider this. Worried how this will affect the interact to tool gathering feature, as I really would want that to be the primary way to do that sort of gathering. We are working on improving the player experience on this even further. So I think this is they're talking about like picking up flax and gathering things like that. Threat rework. Okay, so this should be interesting. We have actually worked on the system support on it. Right now, the bottleneck is the time it takes to balance everything, and most importantly, to test everything. Very likely, the V3, the verse 3 balance will be rough, and we'll be iterating on it in the following months. Okay, so there you have it, straight from Osric. He says that combat and all these systems and stuff, they're gonna be a little rough at first, but they're gonna do iterative changes on it to help flesh it out. Blimpy says, must run to work on dinner. Thanks for the stream. Absolutely, Blimpy. Thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate you. Take it easy and enjoy your dinner. We'll chat with you more later, buddy. Osric says, in general, I appreciate feedback, especially on dungeon gameplay and PvP, especially like videos that demonstrate gameplay and balance issues so I can see them in action. We are in a very active part of development phase still, which means that playing through the game to do test dungeons or PvP is taken away from our ability to make more features and improve the game. So this sort of feedback is very useful. So there you have it. They're talking about wanting videos and stuff to be able to bring more information to them about balance. Spells. It's more than 15. Okay, so talking about how many more spells. He says it's more than 15. We will have a wider selection of spells available in V3, many of which are used reactionary, instant cast. Weapons will also get more abilities. So not only are we getting 15 plus new spells, that many of which are reactionary or instant cast, probably like interrupts and stuff like that maybe. We're also going to be getting those weapon skills. Spells will be much more common in the upcoming new world. That's good to hear. So we will be introducing healing staves in the V3 update. There will be more of a these will be more of a caster weapon, or he says there will be more of caster weapons coming in later content updates. Okay, so these staves are pretty much just for healing then. And maybe we'll get wands or something, I don't know, in the future that'll allow for some more caster roles. Because right now we have like the fireballs, but those come from bracers. We have other healing spells and stuff like that as well. Right here they touch on bows. Bows will get love, not in the next update though. There are big plans for them, so that's good to know. Big plans coming for bows. Cat Died says, I want a fireball staff. That'd be freaking awesome, right? Maybe we'll get the chili ring staff. You can slam it down on the ground, part the Red Sea, and put a chili ring on the ground, that fire ring, that the Inquisition do. That'd be pretty cool, man.
I've been wanting that so badly. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I'm tired of having it just used against me. I want to chili ring them,
Yes.
PvP, they say, adding a little more detail here for clarity, PvP is optional in the same way as dungeon gameplay is right now optional. We reward players for different activities, and some of the rewards might be in areas that you expose yourself to. The threat of PvP, even for those items, you will have the option to trade for them if you so please. This white background's burning my eyes, guys. I'm having trouble here. Even the ones most determined to be self-sufficient will need to eventually trade for some goods. I really don't see that being, I don't agree with that. I don't think even the most determined or self-sufficient groups out there will need to trade. I mean, we have so many people in the Order of the Blood Brothers, we can get absolutely anything that we could ever want, no issues whatsoever, hands down, end of story. It's done. End of story. So I don't really truly agree that they're saying everyone will eventually need to trade for something from other players. Sure, we help other players within our community, but that's not trading. I mean, we have a thing. Our clan is very loyal to each other. We help each other out. If you need something, you get something. I'm not like, hey, you got to buy this from me or you got to trade this from me. So I don't consider that trading. Technically, I guess it's trading hands. So maybe that's what they mean by that. In between each player, interpersonal tradings of like, I'll give you this. Oh, hey, you really helped me out with that. I'll give you that back. Maybe that's what they mean. But in terms of like trading for money and stuff outside of social circles, it's not like a mandatory thing, I don't think. They say you can choose what parts of the game suits your play style and then trade to get the rewards from the content that isn't for you. So that's how they're saying that nothing is really going to be truly exclusive because you'll be able to trade for it. And they say, and to make it even more clear, some items will only be gotten from PvP-enabled areas, and the alternative way for getting them is to trade for them from other players. So there you have it. There absolutely and unequivocally will be things that are exclusive to the PvP zone, and the only way that you're going to get it if you're not a PvP player is going to be to trade for it. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and, if you haven't voted in the poll yet, I'll leave it up for a couple more minutes, but this reminds me about that poll that I have going. So if you haven't voted in the poll, go and vote in the poll right now. And Sa says, woo, chili rings. Go and vote in the poll. Let me know how you feel about that stuff. If you haven't voted yet, get it in. We're going to end that poll pretty soon here. Let's see what else they say here. You can play the game fully PvE and then trade for the items that will require entering PvP-enabled zones. Now, I personally feel like they've shifted on this a little bit, which again is fine, but I think it's worth pointing out that I think that they did shift on this. I think early on, there were several people in the community who I looked through old messages and stuff, there was a lot of people who were under the impression that there would be no exclusively harvestable PvP items. And I feel like some people feel like they've shifted on that a little bit, which again is fine. The vision of a game can change, but we have to be transparent on that. I think it'd be, forthcoming for them to come forward and say, at one point we were dabbling with maybe, we'd have everything be available everywhere. And now it's different, but it is what it is. Rufat, how's it going? Welcome into the stream, buddy. Hope you're having a great day so far. So let's see. The map change wasn't done because of PvP. So work has already been started on the new Lioness, but many details like the exact form of the economy loops provided there have not been finalized. What is clear to us is that we need to give incentives for people to do PvP, and we want PvP areas to be active. I think the incentive for people to do PvP doesn't need to solely be some exclusive reward. I think if you lower the bar to entry even just a little bit, so let me give an example here. V-Rising is a great game. It has PvP that is timed based on the server settings. Private server, you could set what times you can PvP, or you can make it all the time. You can set the times when you can raid people's castles, so that way there's less likely to be offline raiding. And the server settings dictate what you drop. You can have nothing drop, and you just take durability damage. That's your entry level. That's your barrier to entry then, is can you keep up with the upkeep of dying? And you get to keep all your stuff, but you have to repair your gear, and repairing your gear costs high levels of material. And you can adjust the level at which your gear degrades from PvP and PvE deaths. Again, private servers give you all the customization options you could ever want. It lets you tailor it to how you like. And in V-Rising, I could make it to where you only drop, let's say, materials, but you keep your bloodbound gear, which would be maybe things on your hotbar or maybe just your equipment. You get to customize that. And then if someone kills you, you not only take the durability damage, but you also lose all of the materials. The raw materials can be taken from you. Or in V-Rising, I could go through and set it to full loot PvP, where you die, you drop everything. Now, I think that if they say they don't want to have PvP servers or PvE servers. So I think that if they just lower the bar to entry a little bit, maybe just let you keep your equipment, maybe have the divine cast a blessing over you. Maybe you can use some grace to have, it would become meta for PvP, but maybe the divine can cast some spell on you using grace that would allow you to have your equipment be soulbound to you. So maybe your equipment can't be stolen, but all of your materials can. Something to make it a little less harsh. Full loot PvP is very extreme. Very, very extreme. And I think that's why a lot of people avoid PvP altogether. And I think it's why several, if not the majority, if I had to put my money on, I think the majority of people would avoid PvP because of the full loot PvP aspect alone. I'm going to end this poll, and we're going to start another one immediately after. There's a lot of polls this stream, guys. Exclusive things from PvP, 54% say yes, 45% say no. So almost a complete split on a 22 vote there. It's almost right up the middle, guys. And this really shows you how divisive a lot of these different things could be, dividing, straight down the middle on opinions. We're going to start another poll here, and we're going to have full loot PvP. Yes or no? There we go, guys. Full loot PvP, yes or no? Let me know what you guys think about that. I really like doing these polls because I like to hear your opinions on these things. And I think that it's, this stream will be up. It'll turn into a video and it'll be there forever. And people can go back and look at the things that we were talking about during the development process and how we helped to shape the future. So go ahead and vote. Full loot PvP, yes or no? Do you think that is a main reason that maybe a lot of people aren't engaged in PvP? I mean, we go out in massive groups and stuff, or we go out in the buddy system and things like that. But I think if the barrier to entry was a little bit lower and the combat was a little more fleshed out and the systems were a little more predominant in the game, I think that a lot more people would want to go into PvP. They go on to say, I think we have been extremely clear that all rewards from PvP risk areas are going to be tradable. That makes the content completely voluntary, as there is an alternative way to get the same items. You need to weigh it if you'd rather take the risk or trade for it. And I think that's really how Andrew's saying, though, that's really going to put it in the PvPer's hands then. If you're going to have this spice, this exclusive resource that is essential to trade and to progression and stuff like that, be tied into the PvP zone, they are the ones who are setting the price on that. So you're dividing the community, right? Maybe even right down the middle, and you're making it to where half of them are choosing truly what it's going to cost. Because honestly, if you have the materials, you can become a crafter yourself. There's no you're the gatherer, so you can't be the crafter. So you have to take those things and sell them to people and then buy their products back, because then it would even out the power dynamic there. But if you're collecting all these materials, you can produce all of your own stuff. So PvPers are going to dominate the world, in my opinion, according to, all things considered here. Let's catch up on a little bit of chat. EOTB says, take Star Citizen's approach to inventory over equipped items. Yes, they just did change that as well. I'm interested to see how that's going to evolve. Fidril says, I'd like backpack full loot, but equipment items should not be. Yes, that's my favorite. That's what I'm going to use on our V Rising private server. You will keep your Bloodbound gear. You will take a substantial durability hit to it because of the death to prevent people from just respawn, running back out immediately into combat in order to try and get revenge or whatever. But then they can steal your materials and maybe they can steal some other things from you. But I even think I came up with a really interesting system early on, a point system. Maybe, when you go to loot someone, you only have so many points based on maybe the gear you're wearing of what you can take from someone else. There's so many different ways they can do it rather than just you died, you lost everything. So I don't know. Carmack says, aren't the PvEers the ones that are choosing the price for relics though? Why is it wrong if different player types have if they have something to sell on the market? No, I mean, not necessarily though, because there's nothing stopping PvPers from going in and doing the same thing they're doing in PvP to dominate a dungeon as well. There's really no divide there. Whereas PvEers solely who aren't engaging in PvP, they don't have as much pulling power. In my opinion, I mean, think about it like this, right? My clan's big. My clan can go out in PvP, dominate, do everything we need, but we can also go run dungeons. We don't have a problem with any of that stuff. If you can fight in PvP, you can fight in a dungeon. I mean, spam your left click button. I know that's going to be changing going forward, but I think that PvPers will run the world because there's going to be exclusive things that are out there that PvEers are not going to want to engage in. Normally, PvPers are willing to engage in PvE because there's less risk in PvE. So if they're willing to risk it all in PvP, going into a dungeon is not that big of a deal to them. Whereas PvEers are not as inclined to want to go with the high risk of PvP. So the ultimate power is still going to stay with PvPers. You know what I mean? He said, Carmack says, why do you assume PvPers want to do PvE dungeons? Because it's less risk. I mean, I PvP primarily in World of Warcraft, but I still go run dungeons and stuff. I mean, but even there, the gear is separated, so it's a little bit less of a direct, it's more apples to oranges there because the systems are separated there. But I feel like, we could do a poll on that too and see if maybe there's some other people in the community. Chime in if you guys have an opinion on this. I feel like it's less of a risk. And Ange, let me know what you think too. I feel like it's less of a risk for you to go from, hey, I just got done fighting other players who were metagaming and exploiting and trying to cheat in order to gain all this advantage, and I acquired these things that are crazy important, and now I can go and just relax and run a dungeon. They're going to be running dungeons, let's face it. Nobody just solely PvPs. There's not really people out there who are like, I'm not a crafter, I'm not a dungeon runner, I only PvP. But there are people out there who are like, I'm only a crafter, I'm only a dungeon runner, and I'm not a PvPer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. There are definitely, I'm sure maybe there are going to be some people who are solely PvPers, but I really don't see a lot of them. I've never even heard of anybody in this game who is just solely a PvPer.
I've never really heard of anyone in any game that only does PvP. There's days where it's like you don't want the stress of dealing with other players in that regard, and you're going to go run some PvE content. I mean, I don't. Right. That's just my opinion. Let me know what you guys think about that, though, for sure.
Yeah, because I mean, think about it. You have to go in there and run those dungeons to get the good gear, to get any gear that you want, and to figure out what builds you want. So I mean, yeah, I just don't see any PvPer not going in to do a dungeon. That's just, yeah.
And that's just our opinion again.
And how are you supposed to get gold if you're just doing PvP? To be able to afford to
you would, I guess, the argument would be then you're selling the resources that you got from PvP to the PvEers, and then you're getting gold through that way. And then theoretically you would then buy their relics, so the gold would be changing hands. But PvEers are going to run dungeons for sure, guys. Let's be honest.
Think about it like this. You have to have gold to be able to put it on the marketplace in the first place. You have to pay your taxes.
That's true. You do have to pay those taxes.
You have to pay your taxes. So you have to have gold to start even anywhere, which means you're going to have to go in PvE.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess you could say that the PvEers could hire the PvPers for some escort or something as well and give them some gold that way. So, I mean, there's so many different ways you can look at it and so many different moving parts. But at the end of the day, I don't think it's honest to say that PvPers are not going to PvE, but it is realistic to say that PvEers are not going to PvP. I think that is a realistic statement looking at it from the outside in. And that's just, again, it's just only my opinion. You don't have to agree with it. And at the end of the day, we're going to see how it pans out regardless. I think they're going to do what they're going to do in terms of these PvP zones, but Carmack says, at least in Albion Online, it's not really like this. There's a lot of PvPers that are stuck in tier 5 gear because they don't want to grind the XP to unlock the gear. Well, I mean, and I guess maybe there's some people like that in some games, and I don't really know the dynamics of Albion Online. I don't know the interconnectivity between the two aspects of the game, so I'm not really sure to speak on that. UTB says, Albion uses it as a gated wall to create to content get farmed by PvPers versus effort and time. Everyone should have the same time sink. So no easy street, but that's real equality and time invested. No way around it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, it's going to be what it's going to be. And we can talk till we're blue in the face, but I don't think that we're really going to change the outcome of that unless, enough people are honestly that upset about the different things. So it's good to voice your opinions on these, but we're really going to have to get our hands on it and feel it. And that's why I think we're going to need these wipes and stuff, because we're going to need to get out into PvE and into PvP and see how people are going to trade and how the economy is actually going to work when we have a real economy. Because right now it's like no one needs anything. No one trades anything really. It's kind of just like a convenience thing, saves you a little bit of time here and there. But I mean, I'm a PvPer and we acquired every single thing that we ever wanted from PvE as well by just going to the dungeons. The Goreforce says, if this game was Albion Online, it would be great love. It would be great love the market, just kind of bored with that kind of combat. Yeah, I mean, and that's the beauty of it, though. We all have our different opinions on how this could be done and stuff, but it's going to be interesting to see how it does pan out. But this is made clear here by what Osric has said. Let's see what else he has to say. Lioness will be quite different from what it currently is. I don't think a single clan could block access to it. I don't know, man. I mean, there are some really big clans out there. I mean, we have 250 members. Can you imagine if all of those people came back to play the game and there was reasons for them to stay playing and engaged and stuff? I mean, that's a lot of manpower. I don't know if other smaller groups could even. Now, we're not ones to just go and be like, you can't harvest here. Like, we're for the free people. We defend people's rights to. We go out there and we kill the clans like the White Ravens and stuff, which I've shown off here on my channel before, huge PvP clashes and stuff to make it safer for individuals to go out there and harvest and things like that. But I don't know. I think a single clan could technically block it off, or at least an alliance or a coalition or something. They definitely could. I mean, I don't know how much bigger it's going to be when it comes out, but I guess we'll see. So this doesn't mean that we as developers are forcing them. In the case they are forcing it upon themselves. Again, though, it comes back to that whole power dynamic. I think this is in reference to people choosing to partake in PvP or not, and that you'd be then forcing it upon yourself. They're trying to lean into the whole, hey, look, we're allowing you to opt into it. And I can respect that. The itemization will be charged quite a bit. The itemization will be, changed quite a bit. You will have options that are not as expensive to get. And what is that in regard to? Incentivizing PvP to punish players so badly for losing. Full loot of magic items would be a game breaker. Yeah, see, that's what they're talking about here. And that's what our poll's about right now too, guys. So he's saying that itemization will be changed quite a bit, and you will have options that are not as expensive to get to use in PvP, I'm assuming is what they're in reference to. Here's in regards to the full loot or bag only. There's been multiple different types of tried systems or tiered systems discussed. We have not decided on one yet. So they are open, guys, to bag loot, full loot, all kinds of tiered systems and stuff. They're open to that. They've said so right here. Again, this is directly from a developer. Lioness has been completely rebuilt for a later update. We have the new Lioness made, but still need to fill it in with all the content. Interesting. They did talk about those cities and stuff. I don't know what that means. He says, maybe we have, and this is in regards to, have you all considered allowing players to tier up relics in the PvP zone? Interesting. So he says, maybe we have with a tongue face. The new Lioness has very little to do with the old Lioness. It's not an incremental update. It's a complete remake of, and is quite different. That's quite interesting. So a completely remade Lioness. This is going to be interesting, guys, going forward. Come and join the Bastion Concord if you want to have protection and security and stand up for the free and innocent people out in the PvP zone going forward. We're going to be making sure that We're patrolling the PvP zone. We're keeping all the free and innocent people safe from smaller groups and making sure that that place is not going to be overrun by bandits and murderers and people who want to impose their will upon you. Come and join the Bastion Concord, an alliance that is not based on handshakes, but based on actions of actually standing up for other people out there in the open world. Come and join the Bastion Concord. We have a recruitment video for that as well. Exclamation point Discord in chat will get you a link over to the Cheeky Buggers United community Discord server where the Order of the Blood Brothers hangs out with all of our allies and stuff. They go on to say dungeons. This is a new category, PvP dungeons. This is going to be interesting here because we've talked about this before on the channel about dungeons being PvP because they're in the Wildlands, right? So if we ever get PvP in the Wildlands, naturally all of the dungeons will be PvP. I honestly think that something must be done about the dungeons because right now you can troll people in dungeons, you can chain pull on people, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it to prevent it other than complain about it, really. I mean, there's nothing you could do to stop bad faith actors and trolls from ruining your experience, trying to get you wiped, and ultimately just making the game a bad again, private servers could greatly benefit from this. But they say that noted. I can say that these do not exist in Lioness right now. I will request for them. Okay, so Osric's going to request for PvP dungeons out in the PvP zone. That'd be really interesting, actually, to put some real dungeons out there. That way, if you run into people along the way, so I think that's going to run into some problems on their own because what if you phase in and people kill you at the entrance? They're just guarding the entrances. Like, metagaming, cheating, and exploiting will always be a thing, and it will always ruin my immersion. He said, this is still all quite undecided. One current thing is that we might add some dungeons in the PvP territories and perhaps give some kind of bonus to currency drops, but we would not make exclusive item drops in those dungeons. Interesting. So they're okay with exclusive items in the PvP zone, like harvestables and stuff, but maybe not relics being dropped out there that are exclusive.
So I definitely thought about this, and I think the whole reason why they have to say that they're exclusive items in the PvP zone is because they're basically making the PvP zone part of the Wildlands. So even if you go to cross to another area, you're crossing PvP territory.
We don't know that yet, though. They haven't really said that. They've kind of alluded to it, that the Wildlands, maybe the Wildlands will be used for the Knights and the Baronies and the open conflict PvP like that if you've opted into it. But I don't, otherwise people will be forced to stay in their own home valley and never traverse to another one. So I don't know for sure. They haven't really locked it in and said that the Wildlands will be PvP with full loot PvP and all that, just like Lioness. Have they?
I thought they had. Again,
yeah, I'm not positive.
I don't. Maybe they've just alluded to it, and that's why I thought that.
Yeah, I think it's been heavily alluded to that baronies will be run by the church system, which will then be enforced by the knights and the soldiers. I think they've alluded heavily to that, and that the baronies will be buildable out inside of the Wildlands, and that's where sieging and stuff may or may not take place. That was if I had to give my thoughts on it, that's what I would think. God Silent Grace says, Erlen, when they talked about the night stuff, they did say it'll be PvP, but they didn't really say what type of PvP though, right? Is it going to be like Lioness full loot, or is it only PvP for the knights? Because again, the knight stuff, knights will be flagged because they'll say, hey, I'm a knight, I'm choosing to be a knight or a soldier, and so therefore it's risk reward in other places. I don't know.
I don't know. I remember when the conversation first occurred, they had, what? Hold on.
The Goreforce says, but yeah, they said that the Wildlands will be becoming something that's fought over. Yeah, but again, is it going to be opt-in? We just don't fully know. I mean, at the end of the day, either way, I mean, we'll see as it comes out. UTB says a non-knight and or etc. would be attackable in those zones over Lioness. Will not be attackable in those zones over Lioness. Again, I can't confirm that. I don't know. I mean, we have our ideas and thoughts on what they've said in the past. If we have concrete evidence said from a dev, even then, they may have shifted priorities or changed their vision. This is stuff that Osric has said like yesterday.
Osric, yes!
Hey, there he is. There he is. So Osric says, belonging to a feudal will not automatically flag you everywhere. Okay, so I mean, there you go. There you go. It's interesting. It's a little bit of tidbit for you guys right there. Interesting. So I wonder if you can be a part of a feudal system and then you can choose to flag yourself. I wonder what the risk reward will be for flagging yourself then, though. I don't know. Maybe there's got to be some reason to be a knight and then be like, I'm a knight and yes, I'm flagged for PvP. Because otherwise, why would people do it? So there's probably going to be something tied to that. But I don't think there's been anything really concrete. Osric, you can correct me if I'm wrong if you want to. You don't have to, obviously. But I don't think there's really been anything fully concrete said on that yet. Maybe down below, I haven't read these are all of your comments here, Osric. I don't know for sure, but I want to say that it's not fully locked in yet as to what the systems will be for out in the Wildlands. I think that maybe the Wildlands will be for those baronies, where that's where like sieges and stuff can take place. Kind of like over on Renown, where, you siege someone's castle and it's this whole dynamic event.
Yeah.
But let's see what else Osric had to say yesterday that was put into this nice little compact form for us. That said, there will be PvP exclusive resources / item drops. Just specifically dungeons are right now viewed as very PvE oriented content. I am personally very interested in PvP dungeons because that would mean more random encounters with 6v6 people. But the problem is, I don't run a dungeon with just 6 people. I run a dungeon with 20 people. I run a dungeon with 30 people. So if I run into people in a PvP dungeon, it's going to be, unless you limit how many people from the same clan or how many people can phase in to a dungeon, I don't know how that would work really, but I run dungeons with a lot of people. I mean, we run smaller dungeons as well too, but like when we go to do something, we do it big. I mean, having 250 members, we have a lot of people at our disposal to go and do all kinds of stuff. We run 5 dungeons at a time with 10 people. It's going to be interesting to see how that evolves going forward, to be honest. Cat Died says, can't wait for the feudal system. That'll be the primary reason for me to play, is being a part of the fighting force, vying for power in the Wildlands and Lioness. Yeah, I think that's going to be a really big part for a lot of people. But again, it should respect your time. And that's why I think this whole debate over, should we do full loot? Should we not do full loot? If you haven't voted yet, guys, we have another poll. We've done a lot of polls this stream, but go check it out. Vote in that poll. Let us know if you think full loot should be there or not. And let's continue with more of these notes here. My own assessment, and this is Osric speaking from yesterday's Discord conversation, my own assessment of if that dungeon loot is even better than before, but the normal crafted items are going to be significantly better. Interesting, okay. So part of the reason why we need PvP is also to not have to rely on much for PvE to churn items out of the game. Right now, many players are complaining that it takes forever to farm for an item, and then the item lasts. Oh, I see. The item doesn't last as long as it takes to farm it for some people. This is a symptom of the PvP churn missing. Interesting take on it for sure. What about bosses? Bosses are a bit off for us. We need to improve on normal. I think what they mean by they're a bit off, like they're a bit of the ways off. They're not coming just yet. First, we need to improve our normal sized enemy gameplay quite a bit. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So bosses, gonna be a little ways out, guys. Let's see here. Gear, weapons, durability. So there are talks of a completely revised durability system that isn't based on usage and is more divided amongst all gear instead of being so much focused on one item. I'm gonna need to refill my water here. Excuse me. Like shield or the weapon. Interesting. So maybe a new durability system coming into play. There are plans to change how durability works. This should more equally use durability over different types of items. Maybe that means when you use an item, it's going to take durability damage now, because right now my magnificent leather pauldrons will last me forever because I put them on, I cast the spell, and I put them back in my bag and they never even take a hit. And I know a lot of people use a lot of different magic gear like that. They swap them on and off. So I think they're going to be changing all of that though. I don't think it's going to be super obtainable or you're not going to be able to do that as much anymore in the future. Hey, Black Wolf, how's it going, man? Welcome into the stream, buddy. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to swap your gear around as much going forward. I guess we'll find out as they fully flesh out those systems going forward. Let's see what else Osric had to say here. All the items and the loot economy are being remade from scratch. Wow, that's surprising, honestly. I don't know the exact economy plan, but I know that there are fixes to it. This is the logical place they will be implemented. For clarity, he says, armor, weapons, and components for magic items are redone. Not everything. Okay. So not every single piece of it. Interesting. There's a lot of really good stuff here, guys. And this is what a lot of people miss out on. And this is where I talk about having transparency in posts and stuff, because not everybody's going to dig through all of this stuff. It's nice that someone took the time I think it was put together by Phoenix, took the time to put all this together, but not everyone's going to want to go and sift through Discord for days on end, having to search for messages from devs in order to find any bits of information or clarity about certain things. So I'm happy to have this tool, but a lot of people are very, very hungry for transparency when it comes to a lot of these things. Durability is being looked at, and some durability loss will move from usage to punishment on failure. Oh, okay. Combat, but still, is it going to damage the items that are just in your bag when you die, or only items you're wearing? Because then my magnificent leather pauldrons are still going to last me a lifetime, because I'm not going to be wearing them when I die. Let's see what else he says here. The customization systems have just been the victim of deprioritizing because there's always another fire that needs extinguishing. It's slowly coming. Okay, so customization systems are in the works for having some custom armors and things like that. We talked about this a long time ago as well, guys. I'm super excited for having custom armor. Give us the maker's mark. Give us ways to sell things that it's not just every single sword is the same, Let us make them unique. Markets. Very likely markets will eventually get more updates. I know there's already a list of things that would be wanted. We had a team spend a huge chunk of time on the current market feature. So right now they are focusing on other things. Okay, so market stalls and markets not really getting too much in the near future, according to the reprioritization here. EOTB says, at Inner Sleuths, and thank you for presenting it and let the players, consumers make the call based on the facts. We appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. That's what this is all about. That's what my PaxCasts have always been about, is giving a voice to the individuals. And that's what I love about this place. That's why I love reading your guys' messages too. It's always a blast. So I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, EOTB. Let's see, what else did he say? Actually, there might be something like that coming, and that is in response to, I really wish we had receipts. Oh, he's talking about being able to see what you sold and stuff like that. They did talk about that. We do know that is coming. #SoonTM. We don't know when. Trade skills enchanting. Wasn't enchanting in the roadmap? Is it on the roadmap? Just not for verse 3? Yeah. Was enchanting on an earlier roadmap? Did it get removed? I think it's image number 5. Let me pull up the old roadmap. Hold on one second here, guys. This is the old roadmap. What's on this? Later during early access, weather got bumped. Farming, I think, got bumped. I don't see anything on this one.
I don't see anything about enchanting.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know that they talked about it, and I think it was in Alpha 1. I think Alpha 1 had enchanting and stuff. Black Wolf says, thank you for having this part organized. Having buy orders coming sooner than later is nice. Yeah, buy orders will be really nice. Because he says actually there might be something like that coming. But again, #SoonTM. We don't know when. I mean, there's a lot of things that are coming. I mean, we're going to have the church systems coming, the barony systems are coming. All of this stuff is coming. We don't really know if it's sooner rather than later. I would think that wouldn't be too hard to implement. But again, I'm not a developer. Hopefully we do get that soon though, because I know a lot of people really want those statistics and stuff. Let's see what else they say. Enchanting should be in the later section. It was probably not deemed big enough to be listed there. There are many huge things coming up, like new lioness, horses, etc. Oh, interesting. So now Osric says here, as of yesterday, that horses are coming. I mean, we always knew that horses were coming, But in the last PaxCast, he said that they weren't currently being worked on. I guess priorities shifted around. Maybe they are working on horses again now, guys. Maybe we'll be getting them, if not in the next update, maybe the one after that. Who knows? Maybe, maybe in the next 6 months we might have horse. Building. I'm really the wrong person to ask about building pieces. He says, I would think so, because he says, what new build pieces will be released prior, or will they be released prior at the same time as the world wipe? He says that he thinks that they would be released at the same time. I would hope so, because again, we don't want to have double building. You don't want to have the wipe come, you rebuild, and then a month later you get the new build pieces and you want to rebuild again. Like, I would hope they would just come with the verse update. On the wipe, there's been no decision yet. There is a big reason to do bigger wipe than we had been doing in the past, because this update is so much bigger than verse 1 or verse 2, and doing a migration on a lot of these things we changed is harder. Many progression related things are changing, and the itemizations are changing. Balance is changing. Interesting. So there you have it. They're starting to talk more about the wipe here. It's going to probably be a bigger wipe, guys. Door locks have been discussed. They're in need for eventually for some PvP related content. Again, probably the baronies, be able to lock your doors. I would argue that even for RP, being able to lock your doors in the heartlands and stuff is important as well for, having the authority over your property. If I'm paying a subscription to keep my plot alive, I should be able to tell you who can come on it and who can't come on it, or into my buildings at very least. But not done right now, they say, about the locks. Upcoming wipe details. So we haven't decided on how extensive the wipe will be. Don't expect it to be the same as verse 1. The changes are much bigger this time around. Again, this is going to lead itself towards most likely being a full wipe. Like I've said at the early stages of this stream, which was over 4 hours ago, guys. We've been streaming for over 4 hours. Big information drop here. They say if a wipe was required to be more extensive, there would still be some kind of compensation based on some metric or effort per account, maybe playtime or something. I don't know, because then that's bad. Because then, like, in my opinion, people could just keep their characters logged in and, have some macro to make them move around or something. And then boom, now you just get the biggest reward or something like that. I don't know. Those things are a little cheesy to me. I think just do a wipe. I don't need compensation. The compensation enough is having content added into the game. I don't need compensation. Wipe the world, wipe it all. Let us start fresh. We're going to help those smaller groups around us be able to build up and stuff and help them with acquiring things like we always have. We have the bounty board. We have the infrastructure to help people with those things. Just do a wipe. Let us retest everything and do it from the ground up. I don't think this whole compensation based on metrics of effort per account and stuff, I think that's all completely unnecessary in my opinion. Black Wolf says it's very likely a full wipe. Likely with the redeeming queue set up somewhat. I hope it doesn't carry too much, or if they won't enable redeeming queue for this update, full wipe. Yeah, just do a full wipe, honestly. I mean, we showed the metrics. We did a poll here on the channel. You can scroll up. We just did a poll, and a lot of people were like, yep, just give us the full wipe. I think it was only 3% said they didn't want a full wipe out of a lot of votes. I'm going to go ahead and end this current poll here. Let's see what you guys said. So full loot PvP, yes or no. 75% of 24 votes say no to a full loot PvP, and 25% say yes. So it's very interesting. 3/4 of the people there from the 24 votes say that don't want full loot PvP. It's gonna be interesting after reading what Osric has said. It's gonna be interesting to see what they actually do with it going forward. All I've been saying is that it's good not to expect... Oh, okay, here. So this is in response to actually something that I said. So this is Osric replying to me right here. And this took place yesterday over on the Discord. There's a link to the chat right there. He says, all I've been saying is that it's good not to expect the wipe to be exactly like it was. The last thing I'd want to happen is people start now stockpiling materials for a wipe, and then we end up wiping all items. Or that they grind out 200 hours of crafting skill, and then we have to reset their character skills. There you have it, guys. I mean, to me, coming from a developer, and Osric, I don't know if you're still there. If you want to chime in more, you can. You don't have to, obviously. But I think people are really searching for a lot of clarity on this. And I know that maybe the answers just aren't there yet, but to me, this reads as the wipe will need to be more extensive than it was from verse 1 and verse 2 because, again, it's a bigger update. They need to wipe more. What I would take from that is, like I said, I'm going to reiterate exactly what I said before, was the previous wipe was just the world. We kept all of our items, they went into a redeeming queue, and we kept all of our skills. We just had to remake our character. We didn't really lose much besides our buildings. With this one, if it's going to be a bigger wipe, which they're saying, they're alluding to the fact that it will be a bigger one, I would think that you would either have to have no redeeming queue or your character would be wiped, or both. That's really the only way it's a bigger wipe, right? And that being said, with a developer telling us the last thing they want is to have people stockpile materials or spend 200 hours grinding crafting skills just to have them be wiped, not a lot of people are going to be super, super active for the next 3 months or until we get this update. And I think that that's a double-edged sword. I think that it's good that they give us that transparency. And I don't think that necessarily that should hinder you from testing and reporting bugs and problems like that and stuff. But this is definitely going to be a barrier to a lot of people wanting to get back into the game in any meaningful way. He goes on to say, so we tend to only want to wipe as little as possible as we value all the progress people have made. But again, we go to leave early access, it's all going to be wiped anyways. So database migrations can sometimes be hard, especially since we are reworking so many things at once. It very well could be that the wipe is more extensive than before. It's going to be, guys. It's going to be a bigger wipe. I would expect a full wipe. Just expect that, and then anything less, cool. Anything more, you can't really wipe more than that, but I'm cool with no matter what, I'm cool with it. Osric, thanks for the message, buddy. Osric says, we don't have any knowledge if it will be a bigger wipe or not. It might have been a mistake to say anything if it's now making people rethink about playing the game. I completely get it, and that's why, Osric, I'm saying it's a double-edged sword at the end of the day. It really is a double-edged sword. I think the goodwill of being transparent with people when you do have some level of information is so much more valuable than like being deceptive. I'm not saying that you guys ever would be in that regard or that you have been, but if a developer was ever to withhold information about an upcoming wipe simply because they knew that it would prevent people from wanting to invest hundreds of hours into the game that they knew would then be removed, to me, that could come across to players as deceptive and would burn some goodwill. So, and honestly, however, it is a double-edged sword. I think that it's good to ultimately be honest with people and say, hey, realistically, this is what we're looking at here. It's a bigger update, may be a bigger wipe. If it's not, it's not. If it is, it is. But I think that has a lot of goodwill with the community, and I think that that's more important than anything else, really. You want to have that goodwill. So, I mean, I appreciate your comments on it, and I appreciate you chiming in here, but we're not putting it on you. It is what it is. It's not on you if they do a full wipe or not, or if people play the game or not. Honesty is always the best option. And you're right. I don't want people grinding 200 hours of a craft skill just to then have the world be wiped, because then you know what that's going to translate to? They played now, but they're not going to play after the wipe. If they just ground 200 hours out within the next 2-3 months, they're not going to come back after that. They're going to be like, absolutely screw that. I just spent 200 hours grinding this stuff. I'm out of here. I'll come back when it's full on. So it's a double-edged sword. It definitely is. So it's going to be what it's going to be, guys, if they wipe or not, or how big the wipe's going to be. UTB says, database cleanup is always no easy task for sure. Ange, did you have anything to say about the wipe and the?
Proceed. No.
Oh, you're good? Okay. Maven says, I'm in the camp of wanting to know with some sort of heads up, though, to choose how to invest my time as a player. Absolutely. And that's where the respect and everything comes from, Black Wolf says, I can say from members I've spoken to in the community, you mean in your clan or on Discord, or where we're expecting and prepared for what you guys are ready for. I think having forward notice at least would be sufficient for most players. Yeah. And that's the honesty and the transparency. That's where that comes in, Emerald says, knowing that this could be a full wipe has made me reevaluate what I do when playing the game, changing my focus on experiencing other parts of the game. And that's a take on it too, Tim says, I took their comment that it would be a full wipe, but that there would be a redeeming queue. but that a lot of items would not be in it, basically because they're changing. Oh, maybe we will get a redeeming queue, but they'll just change what items are going in there, or maybe they only give us half of the items. I don't know. That definitely is a possibility as well. Maven says, doesn't mean I won't log in to hand out some justice to the Inquisitors or Zebs. Absolutely. Osric says, so my understanding is that the wipe is still a way off. There's still going to be an update in between. I guess my question there would be, and you don't have to answer, obviously, this is completely consensual, but my question there would then be, is it going to be verse 3 that's coming with the wipe? The wipe's coming with verse 3, I would assume. So you're saying there's going to be a patch or an update in between verse 3, because verse 3, again, what's the date, Ange? They said it's going to be coming. They said it's most like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's most likely to be coming before June 20th, because that's when they're, when they've said it's to meet their seasonal expectation, and things can get moved, obviously. I'm not opposed to, hey, we need another month. Like, it is what it is. I'm along for the ride, right? I'm not gonna bash a developer for being open about something and then telling us, hey, we ran into some troubles here, we ran into some roadblocks, it's gonna take another month to really get this feature out or something. I love transparency over anything else, and that's why telling us about the wipes and stuff I think is super important. But so my question would be, the wipe's coming with verse 3 then, which is coming hopefully within the next 3 months, but if it gets pushed back, it gets pushed back. So you're saying there's another update that potentially could have some of these smaller things that's going to be coming in between it. That's how I would take it, my interpretation. That's interesting. That could change people's minds on that for sure. Exactly, yeah, and that's how we've talked about that a bunch on the channel too. Osric says, wipe comes with big changes. We only wipe if we must. So, I mean, the way I read that, guys, is there will be a patch between now and 3 months from now. And that patch will have not as much stuff in it. It'll be a little iterative patch in between. It's not going to have a wipe. And then most likely there's going to be a wipe. I would prepare for a full wipe around 3 months with verse 3. That would be my take. Let's see what else they have to say here. So we tend to only wipe as little as possible because they value people's stuff. I think we're nearing the end here, guys. Many progression-related things are changing. All items are essentially going to be removed and replaced from scratch. Interesting. So that would be a reason why we would need a full wipe, or at least a more extensive wipe. Most abilities and spells are reworked. That's very interesting. Most abilities and spells are reworked. Very, very interesting. Now, this could mean something like we've noticed with some of the heals being much more fast casting, having different cooldowns, having different animations. All of these things could be reworked, air quotes, reworked. And it doesn't necessarily mean like it's a whole new, entirely different thing. It could just mean something like maybe they tweaked things about it. Let's see what else they say here. So they're going to be... the world is being rebuilt. All NPCs are being rebalanced. Interesting. That's really good to hear, actually, because some of them are too easy and some of them are a little too hard, I think that's great to see that those balances are coming. This was another one that I had a big question on, too, was recycling when? Recycling is in active discussion. Not sure on the exact version when it arrives. So there you have it. Recycling is in discussion, but... no time frame there on that. Yes, this is why we are making recycling. This is already decided, and that's in response to, can you consider about the fact that we are dropping down, and then he puts a giant number, like 17 trillion items just to level up. Absolutely, and we've talked about this extensively on the channel as well, guys. That is a big hindrance. And I think it'd be cool to have a system where maybe you're upgrading something into the next tier. V-Rising does this. You take your existing gear and then you upgrade it as you earn in the unlocks for the next tier. And that way your previous stuff is not wasted as well. You could take a sword to a blacksmith and they could rework it or sharpen it or do some modification to it or something. But that goes back to the modifying of things. There's a lot of theory craft we do, as we always say here, but recycling will help with the 13,451,000,000,000,000 items that end up in rivers. Caravans or faster travel. Faster travel is not for item transport. I don't want to spill the beans on this since I don't know the final state of things, but it was discussed that the fast travel cost would increase for the amount of items, and we've known this, we have talked about this, for the items that are in your inventory. if you have a bunch of maybe raw materials or product or something in your inventory, using fast travel is going to cost you maybe more grace the further you are. So the further you are, the more things you have, it's going to cost you if you want to skip over all of the dangers that are going to be between you and your final destination. And I think that's a good system, to be honest, because then that's really going to not take away from mounts, and mounts will still have a place in the world, and fast travel will still have a place in the world. And then I think this is the final one here. Yep. I looked into the horizon and didn't see the oceans. New regions, I need Atlantis, I need oceans. Where are the oceans? And then Osric said, I looked into the horizon, I didn't see the oceans. There you have it, guys. I put a link for all of this in chat so you guys could check it out. Maybe I'll put it on let's share it on my Discord as well so you guys can join the Cheeky Buggers United. Type !Discord in chat right now. You'll get a link over there. So you can have the links for all of these things. And let's continue this open dialogue. I mean, I think that there's some great things coming. I think that PAX Day and the mainframe team, they're working on some pretty interesting stuff. We still need a lot of systems. I'm not going to sit here and say everything's perfect. We still need a lot of systems. We need some of the basic systems, such as being able to have proper loot mechanics with maybe raid leader loot or party leader loot so we can evenly distribute stuff, gold being shared, toggleable things like that to give players more of an option to choose the way that they want to engage and play with the world. Ange, do you have any final thoughts about the absolute plethora of all the stuff that we have just talked about in this episode of PaxCast?
No, I'm excited to see where we're headed. This is exciting. I'm excited for the new changes.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are.
Yeah.
You just said it. You said hope. You're really.
Yeah, it's hope. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are very hopeful for this game, for this development team to really pull it off. It's not going to be an easy road. I do not envy Osric or anyone. They are probably in some of the toughest decision-making positions that they've ever been in, working on such a big project. Osric, as always, man, we appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the transparency. Thank you for the Q&A you did. It's really going to be something special, I think, in the end. We just have to have, Black Wolf just said, patience is paying off. We just have to have some patience. I know we're 9 months in, and we're missing a lot of the features that we maybe thought we would have already had by now, and it just is what it is. I'm not going to lie to you guys and say this is a fast development process. I'm here to tell you the truth. Always. And I'm here to have open discussion, criticize things that need to be criticized, praise things that need to be praised, and just have open dialogue and conversation. If you guys enjoy these PaxCast, if you enjoy my content that I put out, please let me know what else you want to see here on the channel, even if it's another game, if there's another aspect of something you want to see, if you want to see some more podcasts on something or some more gameplay, please let me know down in the comments section. Let me know over on Discord. Shoot me a message, void_lock. My door is always open to chat with everybody. I like to foster a great gaming community where everybody can come together and enjoy their time playing video games. It's why I am such a proponent and advocate for private servers, because I think that people should be able to play games and enjoy games the way that they want. Building community, and that's why the Cheeky Buggers United community Discord server is not just dedicated to PAX Day. We play all kinds of games together. We're playing Star Citizen, we're playing V Rising, we're playing Project Zomboid when that comes out. We have private servers galore. We are having a blast hanging out with awesome people in the community just like yourself. So click the link in the description or type !Discord, join our Discord, get involved and have some fun. If PAX Day is in a bit of a lull for you right now and you're wanting to play something else, we got all kinds of stuff going on. It's going to be a lot of fun, though, to see what the future brings for PAX Day. Guys, if you're not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing to the channel. Help us reach our subscriber goal and help promote my work by becoming a channel member if you see so fit. You can click that join button down below and you can join the absolute plethora of people who are directly supporting my work. I greatly appreciate you guys through and through. You're the reason why I'm able to do this full time, running my community, running my clan, hosting the servers for the community for free of charge for everybody involved, and doing these podcasts and streams for you guys to best show off what PAX Day has to offer. Maven, thank you for the super chat. Maven says, we love what you do, Void. Thank you for creating such a wonderful space we can all come together in. Vote SC or Icarus coverage. Oh, that's your vote? You want to see Star Citizen or Icarus coverage? I think Star Citizen is getting very, very close to the point where I can go back to my roots where my channel first started. And I think I'm getting very, very close to being able to make some more content for Star Citizen in an environment that doesn't leave people frustrated with doors and bugs and broken things. It is obviously still a work in progress over there, but I think I'm getting close to being able to show off some Star Citizen stuff here on the channel again. So thank you for your vote. That's exactly what I need to hear, guys. I need to hear from you guys on what you want to see on the channel. So let me know again over on Discord, all the places. I really appreciate you guys. And Ange, thank you again for being on an episode of PaxCast. I really enjoy having you here. It's really great to have the dynamic and the other points of, maybe even sometimes the opposing points of view on things. I think that it's really enriching for the dialogue to have us both here and to have other guests on as well and have everybody in chat having that open dialogue. I think it really, really makes for a rich environment. But Maven and everybody else throughout this stream, thank you guys so much for the super chats. Thank you for your continued support for my channel by being channel members. I really, really do appreciate it. Guys, I will see you all in the next one, because that does it for this episode of PaxCast. 4.5 hours of talking about the news and happenings in and around PAX Day. Again, make sure you subscribe so you never miss an upload. And we will see you guys in the next one. Bye for now.
Brisket on the grill, now fill our bellies deep. Juicy, smoky, savory, warriors never sleep. Glistening, crushed, shining bright, there's a flavor near. Slice through all the tough times, tenderness so dear. Oh, brisket, walk right, taste that makes us strong. Low and slow we cook it, hear us sing our song. Smoky scents arising, spices dancing there. Caramel crust inviting, brisket brings us there. Oh, brisket, walk right, taste that makes us strong. Low and slow we cook it, hear us sing our song. Our song. Smoky scents arising, spices dancing there. Caramel crust inviting, brisket brings us there. Oh, brisket, walk right, flavor in each bite. Symphony of seasons, makes our songs ignite. Of song. So perfect, mouth watering just right. Chew that's so tender, brisket fuels our fight.